ずま走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
Alright, folks, good morning. Been super eager to return to this game. After leaving it hanging on the bombshells we did on Friday. But before I do, kinda want to show something off now that it's early stream. And that is that I finally finished phase 1 of this, was going to be a weekend project, turned into a month-long project, and now turning into a spring-long project. And that is that I've been spending some time playing through Extra Power, Attack of Dark Force again, to, well, phase 1 of phase 1 was going into the document that they include in the game files. It gives like a guide how to get like maximum achievement, maximum player rating, and then from there play through the game again to collect notes on like expectations for particular fights, what each shop has, little tips in regards to strengths and weaknesses of the enemies, and notes and outline alone ended up being 64 whole pages, well 63 whole pages, and a 64th page. That is all outlines and notes. That is just playing through, seeing what's there, taking observations, seeing what works. 64, and that's just notes and outline. Now the fun part begins of turning all this into like actual prose. But that's just a side thing I'm doing, right? So that's not going to be anything too pressing. Anyway, to Pentiment, a game that has struck me so hard last week that over the weekend I actually had dreams about it. I had dreams about playing it. And apparently there was a 4X mode in which you're going across a stylized woodcut manuscript style map. I don't know how you would turn Pentiment into a 4X game. But that apparently is how my dreams interpret it in its eagerness for more. And where we left off last week was snooping around everybody's business, uncovering so many clues and so many things, except for for a strong confirmation of who the killer was. We got 2 notes in a Gothic type that, as far as we know, nobody else in the scriptorium could write. And every time we had a suspect, like Ferric, with his occult stuff and his modem and his bloody scepter, or Matilda, Sister Matilda, who was attacked, who was traumatized by the Baron, but neither of them were the actual killers. Ferric, it was his own blood. The Romani fellow attests to that. He saw his rituals in the woods. Matilda, I'm pretty sure, just killed rabbits with her shovel. Plus, I don't think she's a type. But who I do think was Brother, Willie Wally, what's his name? Because he's super protected, he would have also known. But I couldn't get Brother Wally to be a suspect. And so, under the assumption that I had to throw somebody under the bus, we tossed poor Ferric in. And so Ferric died. Pietro died of old age eventually. Scriptorium might have died because without Ferric there's no Scriptorium apparently. And the abbot told us never to come back again and gave us a written warning in the same Gothic script. So I'm feeling after playing last week that I made so many mistakes. And at least I'm already taking notes, because I want to play around too. And find out what exactly we could do differently. And the best thing I could come up with after stewing on this over the weekend is perhaps the best thing I can do is nothing at all. Because think of it right. Think about it. We're just some artists. We were a journeyman artist who went to the Abbey to work at the scriptorium to make some money and then returned to be a master in Nuremberg. We like Pietro. He's a kindly old monk who's given us lots of mentorship advice. But ultimately we are not detective. We are not any kind of legal scholar. We didn't choose that background. And so basically, we just got involved to make sure that our friend didn't die. Which involved making sure somebody else had to die. So maybe, actually, the best course of action would have been do what I was doing insofar as trying to gather evidence around town. Be nosy. Stir up gossip. Listen to secrets. Learn secrets. But without actually making the commitment of, dear Archdeacon, this person totally did it. Maybe introduce the various characters, like, yeah, Martine is a thief. The stonemason had an argument. Sister Matilda was attacked in the past. But not give enough evidence to say, oh yeah, these guys totally did it. And so the blame goes to Brother Pietro. Because one thing that stands out to me, right? Look at this book. Look at this book right here. We finished chapter 1. We got the achievement for chapter 1. Most recent achievement. The Baron. Finish Act 1. Looking at my Steam achievements. I could headbutt Verna. Which one's Verna? I could seduce Zadena. Ooh. I could actually seduce Sister Zadena. And Act 1 in the Abbot's favor. Scrolling quickly. Finish Act 3. Finish Act 2. It says 4 here. 4. Revolution. I'm thinking maybe, by ending Act 1, out of the abbot's good graces. I might have actually prevented myself from being able to perform some other sections. So there are so many reasons that I want to replay now. But we're a master now. A master artist, Hannah. A master artist who is burnt out because it turns out that the life that he wants for himself might not be the life he wants for himself. The best room they have. I could have been like, it's not what I'm accustomed to, or it's good enough. And that's the best room they have. I would have insulted her to her face. Hey, Chin and Chum. Anything else? So now our journeyman artist is a burnt-out master artist with so many regrets. And all of those regrets of his are my own regrets. I want to go out and replay this and try to find other things I could have done. Samuel knows me by name, but I don't know him. So many new people. I guess we have to find out like how the town changed in the time we've been out too. Lovely, thank you. Because like I really want to see what happens if I just let Piero die, which would weigh heavily on Andres' heart, but everything else already does, so no net gain or loss. And if we aren't tossed out of the abbot's favor, if there's going to be like more stuff we can do within the preceding years. You're really not kidding, Shin and Chum? One day speed running should be a recommended hobby for those who need minimal effort with their hands and wish to keep their brain sharp. In some ways, gaming is already that, like when I was growing up in the 90s and 00s. There were talks, right, about how like, oh, grandma plays Bomberman to keep her sharp and keeps Alzheimer's away. So it could be. Speed running itself is kind of niche. But could be more widespread in the future. Lived 50 years back, yes, worked in the Abbey as an artist. And the town still remembers that. Though I'm not sure if I could like fully recommend speedrunning to folks. I mean, people do get into it. A wide variety of folks get into it. I guess if you're not being too uber competitive, it wouldn't be too bad. But man, sometimes it could be a frustrating endeavor. It starts off with optimizations and trying to be speedy, and then it ends up trying to execute like super quick menuing for like a fraction of a second gain. Which I guess not everyone's going to go to, right? Like not everyone who plays baseball is doing it to the level of Major League Baseball excellence. Out of necessity, the wrong man accused of a crime, trying to ask me to solve a murder. Nah, my friend was accused of a crime. The Baron was a sacrifice and a diabolical spell the brother was casting. Alright. He wasn't casting a spell, and the Baron wasn't a sacrifice. Where did you hear that? Bits and pieces. Are you telling me the gossip tree isn't as reliable as I've been making it out to be? The story has changed in the last 7 years. Not a story. It's something that happened. 2 people died. And little Killian. Where is this land house? Middle of town? No. Location is at that hands. Objective is in the middle of town. Should stop by Klaus's house, see how he's doing. Okay, let's. So I guess we're not going to bed right away to start. A good speed game in that case shouldn't be a repetitive one. It requires on-the-fly thinking for novel situations. I mean, any game, ultimately, can become a speed game. It all depends on what you're into. Some people really love the menuing and the repetitive actions to squeeze out those extra seconds. Some people like something more chill. I have seen so many games get turned into speedruns, from visual novels to cardy, puzzly games, to, of course, the expected action ones. So it all depends what one is comfortable with. Is that Otto? That is Otto, I think. It's Otto! Dangerous to cross the Abbot. Oh, don't tell me that the Abbot has gotten more firebrand in the past 7 years since the loss of the scriptorium. And he remembers me too, despite me growing out my beard. I thought that was his son too. It's been 7 years. He moved back to Nuremberg, got a wife. He had to in order to become a master. Apparently that's the law. You can't be a master if you're unwed. The context being your surgeon who did this in 12 minutes to consider something specific like that in retirement. I mean, he could. What if he becomes a trauma center speedrunner? We don't grow them that fast even in Nuremberg, not yet. I've only been married 7 years. 7 years is plenty of time to get a boy this size. We don't grow them that fast. Ava! He did end up marrying Ava. Oh, that's fantastic. Little Otto, they call him Utz. Baby! Look at that bundle again. Also, congratulations to you both. After yourself. There's so many people in this game who name their kids after themselves. It seems to be tradition. Trauma Center randomizer. That could be fun. Random folks come in with random stuff. When I was really big into Newgrounds back in the day, there was kind of like a medieval doctory game that was very heavily inspired by Trauma Center, so it's definitely a style of game that is easily replicated. So surprised I haven't seen more of it. One could make a Trauma Center style game with more random patients and whatnot. Maybe a challenge mode or a speed mode for just that sort of thing. Dad's gone. He never took his medicine. He never took the lemon medicine. He worked himself way too hard. Aw, shame. That's Calla. Sorry to hear about it. Ava rode to us in the right back. Sigh and look at the ground, where things got busy after leaving Tassin. I gotta say something, I can't just sigh and look away. Don't tell me. Is that little Berks? Is that Berks? Martin! Martin! No, Martin straightened up. Martin's actually working. Martin's actually got a staff in hand, tending the sheep. What the heck happened to you, Martin? You've grown. No, he was a grown man 7 years ago. He was a grown man with a child. They're having a meeting. Good to see you, Martin. Yeah, 7 years ago he was fleeing with several of the Baron's rings and the book that he was going to give to the Abbey that apparently has something scandalous in it. Am I confused? Are you? Good to see you, Martin. Still a pain in his ass, but he's working. He's actually working. Can't believe how much Martin has changed. How's little Wolf doing? Actually, I must ask. Is something happening in town? The town commons? I think this has to do with this meeting. The business of giving speeches. Oh, there's a cat. Schlau. Neck scritches. Neck pats. I can't pet the rabbit though. No, go to the, there you go. Guest house is locked. Abbott's house is locked from this side. I'm sure he doesn't want to see me though. I'm thinking. Shrine's locked even. And the convent. Is it all locked off to me? It is, not even the church. I'm not allowed to go to church. I've got two possible solutions after what we saw last week. Can't even gather sticks without a thief. Odegar, no. No, no. And so what I'm thinking now is if it wasn't just Brother Walslaw, it was either the abbot himself because his handwriting matches. Can't hit Rakasaki anymore. Or it was everyone. Maybe everybody in the abbey was in on it. The mine is exactly as we left it. Now I could look at the stone. 2 innocents! Innocent with her, 2 a.m. chapter. Two innocents. We couldn't look at that stone before, but I think I might have wanted to know it. That might have changed the meaning of a couple of clues. How's those Smokey? Is a Romani friend back in town? No? Some more paperwork and talking to the nurse friend. Congratulations, Chillum. Paperwork is its own arduous beast. So glad to hear that's behind you. Oh, that's the map of the cemetery. I guess I could stop by the mill long as we're here. Maybe check out the ruins. Oh, his art's getting better. Look at that. Home care bin set up. Only put in a drain pipe. Need to come back to remove it. Road to healing is occurring now. Excellent news. Mueller's is closed. The paperwork isn't over yet. Well, enjoy the paperwork speed game. God bless you, Father Thomas. Good to see you again. Good morning, Father Thomas. Not gonna try to get me to come to Mass. I'll be polite. Enough going on as it is. What is going on, passing? Bonfire for Saint Jean's Eve. People get up to all sorts of mischief. June 23rd with Midsummer's Day and Summer Solstice. And then they get a couple of rabbits. Screenshot yet. Guy does speak in Gothic, but according to Andreas, his script is nowhere near good enough to actually write in Gothic. So much paperwork for the last 3 years for Mr. C knocked on your doors. Not to mention taxes, all the tax years. And the most complex tax laws in the world. Sounds extremely arduous, Chillin' Chum. I think he had mentioned that you want to show them how they looked on stream just for the amusement of their ridiculousness. Get this trouble, he knows me already. Guy knows me very well. I'll say nothing. Don't have to live with the consequences. Matteo, the new prior. They're just giving Matteo all the work. Like that CP Grey video about how many asterisks the European Union has. I didn't know CP Grey. Mateo's even worse. Really? Sweet little Mateo? You know what? I think Guy is actually the truth here. This might be the biggest of truths. Better for everyone if I simply allowed Brother Piero to die. That might be the big truth. Because I don't think it's possible to get to the true culprit within, what, 2 days of investigation? 2 days in the morning? If that? I don't think it's doable. And regardless of who I allow to die, there's gonna be consequences. Berink, Mateo becomes the prior. Maybe the scriptorium is lost. Matilda would be very obvious. If I had Matilda die, everyone in Tassing and Kearsall is going to hate me. If I somehow was able to peg Martin, if I could finger Martin for the crime, you would think he'd make the perfect patsy. He seems as if he'd be the lowest consequence one, but he's got a baby, he's got a sister, he's got family, and that's still gonna hurt somebody, and that's gonna hurt the community. And if I point instead towards a stonemason, that's also a community member, there's still lots that will be lost in the community's functions. Or as Piero ends up dying in the 7 years between now and then. And if I can't properly investigate everyone and everything to get the conclusion that the abbot and everyone in the abbey was behind it all, which is itself going to be a massive consequence, then maybe simply admitting that I don't have conclusive evidence is enough. Maybe just letting Piero die is enough. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness. I let an innocent man die, and I knew it. And the devil could quote scripture to suit his purposes too. To speak to me on the abbot's behalf? Is it going to be another note threatening my life? Like to invite me to come to the library tomorrow? Really? Really? They must be really desperate if they're not just selling books, but selling books to me. Is this their assassination ploy? Is it that everybody is in on this after all? Everybody was in on the Baron's murder. And now I'm being invited to the library the moment I'm in town when I was told never to come back. Tomorrow morning. Mother Illuminata. She's gone from Sister Illuminata to Mother Illuminata. Congratulations. Oh my goodness. Just a giant head peeking out from the bottom of the page. Congratulations on the promotion. Mother Cecilia passed away. Yeah, see, normally get the bust, not just giant head peeking out. Is that hierarchic order, or is that because we've mostly known her from behind the door, the window in the door? I suppose Illuminata knows the library best. Tell them to expect me. Excellent performance, almost believed it. I appreciate it, miss him too. Guy could be putting on a front. The oration skill might have seemed through his facade, or it could be that he's also grown, and he was harsh to me because I left such destruction. Time to hear confession because he just arranged my murder. Martin Bauer and the widow. We'll go say hello to you folk. Pigs. Widow's on up. Your dad was an accountant, same, my own. You swore you'd never join the cult that is accounting, but at the end, it didn't even matter. Numbers are fun somehow. Did you end up going accountant after all, then chum? Because I'm kinda the same in that my dad was an accountant, and I grew up spending too many hours in his office, and I am not good enough with numbers to want to be an accountant myself. But for me, I have an appreciation of it. I won't become one myself, but if I need one, I'll use one. Who's this? Is this little bird? Anton. Did we know an Anton 7 years ago? I think everybody's gonna be closed. Everyone's probably attended the meeting right now. Baker's closed. Oh, this is an empty lot before with a Roman ruin. The remnants of a Roman ruin. The Rathaus construction. Community hall where people meet. So I could buy. Skulls is closed. Keys and Cult is closed. Okay, I can't put it off any longer. Let's go see the meeting. Drucker House? Or I guess Drucker's before meeting. There's Klaus, little Magdalene. How is her print business doing? I don't see Marie. Where's Marie? Oh, they got a family portrait hanging up. Very curt. Sorry, Klaus, been a long time. Not really mad, are you? I don't want to bother you, I was passing through. Is there bad blood with Klaus? Apart from skipping dinner one time with them because a baron forced us to dine with him and the abbot. It's been a long time. He's heartbroken that we never wrote to him. Aw, Klaus. Bert, then Marie after Magdalene born. What are you talking about? Did something happen to Bert and Marie? They both passed, and we didn't write to anybody. I'm sorry I should have written the note to say or say nothing at all. I'm sorry. Start off with an apology. Apparently everybody in town thought highly of me. If everybody was writing to me, I was just some artist in town for a few months, being too nosy with everybody, and then left, back to Nuremberg and the world beyond. And they still thought highly enough of me to write to me, everybody, when their children and wives and fathers died. I didn't realize Andreas was so important to them all. Boop, 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 boop. Too adorable. Oh man, his workload though. Because Marie was the one who carved the wood blocks for him. He did the drawings, she carved the wood blocks, and then he prints them, and now he's gotta do it all. Seditious material. The 12 articles, written by Swabian peasants, demanding change from their lords. Freedom from serfdom, freedom to hunt and use the woods, freedom from compulsory labor. Man, it's 2023, and we haven't gotten that last part down yet. They want to reopen the commons. First, the abbot came for the peasants, but they weren't peasants, so they didn't care. Now that the abbot's going after the merchant class in town, now suddenly it's everybody's business. Is it the Gertners? See, what did they say back in Act 1? The danger, and allowing just any peasant to read. He's inviting me to dinner. Be good over gone, Magdalene. Will you be good? Oh, look, Caspar is good with children too. Gab Gab Garu. That is a verbal, oral agreement that is legally binding. Okay, who are we speaking to next? Should head to the commons. Didn't we have to go to the, We can't go to the Gertners yet. I mean, maybe we could. Maybe they're open. We could have a little talk. Even if it's not a capital O objective. Scriptorium's still there. The library is there. Nobody's at the Bowers yet. I don't see anybody in the fields either, though. No, the Gardeners are locked up too. Alright, let's go see Otto. Oh, that's why nobody's around. Everyone's here. Who do I recognize? I see plenty of new faces, some old faces. I see the Gertners. The old man is still alive. He's lost all the orange in his hair. The grandpa is still alive, but the father died of overwork and refusing to take medicine that came from women. What else do I see? I see the miller, the rich, wealthy miller who's squeezing everyone just as bad as the abbots. I see somebody still wears a spoon in his hat. Is that could I even Google that? Spoon worn in hat? Spoon hat, spoon bonnets. I don't want spoon hats though. Minus Etsy, minus bonnet. Google's just giving me commercial results. It's all just yellow pages now. Even limiting work. Now, because we joked about the cadaver synod the first day, right? I looked up the synod, and part of it was, what's the name? Formosa or something like that? Formus? Something like that. Either way, they accused him of having 2 sees. Now, they didn't want those bishops having multiple sees, because otherwise they might treat it like a fiefdom. And basically this is fiefdom under the Abbey. So it might be time for the abbot to have a synod after all. Death tax? Claim only the best animal and garment takes half the estates. So what, there's a tax for dying too? Sure, he takes half of what they own. But they're getting a rat house. How's Father Gurnall these days? Doesn't look a day over 25 still. There's also Satya. Isn't Satya important to this town too? If they can't use the abbey and the shrine, they can return to the forest. Raise those arms up. Who's Hannah? I don't remember Hannah. The richest man in town wants to maintain the status quo. Letter taking direct threat. So Swabia from the pamphlets. Their peasants spoke up or were trampled underfoot, but Salzburg had success. Oh yeah, Kaspar's family is from Salzburg. Quiet and try to listen. I don't know Kaspar, we can find out later. Martin is actually popular in the town folks' eyes again, and not just a joke. Dependable these last few years. Oh no. Otto is speaking about having signs from God. That is never a good sign. Oh, no, Otto. What was that last bit? What was that last bit, Otto? Clara, lovely to see you again. And is that little Ava in the back with the baby? It is. I love all these years, a kid as lovely as ever. We could totally try to NTR Otto. Back from AFK, leaving the hospital soonish? I'm amazed, Chillin, that you're even participating in chat from the hospital. That's a pressing businessman. I appreciate you being here. But if you gotta do what you gotta do, you gotta do what you gotta do. I think I'm not going to flirt with the wife of the man who's united the town together. Miss the alpine air and the people on the road back to Nuremberg, actually. Wondered how you're all getting on. Everyone here misses me, apparently. 8+ hour trip home. That is massive. It was gone too long. And Otto was right there. We could have flirted with Otto right there. Clara's roused. Hope the Duke doesn't catch word, Otto. The town could suffer. Looking for trouble, Otto. You're right, not my place to judge. So we say, after 7 years ago and last week. We have one ding for talking we had a trouble with the abbot. But we criticized the church acting as lords. We stood our ground when Matteo approached the grave. When Matteo approached the grave! So keeping on Otto's good graces was important for today 7 years ago. I was thinking right. I was thinking that we could have skipped digging up the grave. So we could pursue something else in the interim instead. Everything else I did that took up time, I think was a good idea, except for the grave bit, but this gave us extra chevrons here. I don't know how many that you need to get all the way to checkmark. Because we got 6 up, 1 down, for a total of 5. If we never did the grave, we would not have stood our ground, there'd be no opportunity to talk our way out of trouble with the abbot, so we'd be at 3. And I'm not sure if 3 alone would be enough. I should have seen the conversation you had with someone when you were in massive pain the first time. Joked about the doc coming by to use his tiny tools and but the fluid came out. I guess we gotta find humor where we can. So I got 2. I got 2 dinner dates. And the abbot wants me in the library tomorrow, possibly to murder me. He probably wants to bend my own ear, because he knows peasants of the townsfolk are rising up. Sound good to you, Kaspar? That speech took the entire noontime hours as Vespers already. You once learned that humor is good for hospital trips. Even trips to 2-way firing range. I don't want to know what 2-way firing range means, but I do appreciate some hospital humor. Like doing regular physicals, and the doctor asked if I had any head injuries, not that I could remember. The first time I used that, it took the doctor a second, but he loved it. Every doctor thereafter, soulless. Not that I can remember, but like, But it worked the one time. For a few days, paper steps with Piero. As sometimes those who know you say, a trooper with never-ending supply of copium. How shook up workings of the Abbey. Matteo is prior now, but how's the scriptorium? Another guy made it clear it wasn't welcome at Curacao. Still welcome in Tassing, they love me in town at least. The 2-way firing range is a field of battle where people live and die by the sword or gunpowder. I had no idea that Canada was so vicious. Strict but quieter. But quieter about it. Guy said that Matteo was worse. Is quieter about it a good thing, or has he got the quiet fury that he still lets him feel? Matteo always struck me as quite pious. Would have been piety uncommon in Abbey with Father Gurneau. in with the peasants. I don't think the abbot's all that, but I think he is. Now, coming from a Pacifica people whose culture includes, like, embedded, cemented, environmental management and whatnot, and ecological stewardship, sometimes we ourselves also have certain procedures for not allowed to harvest from this thing, from this reef or whatnot, because we know that's spawning season, that's fish restoration season, but somehow I'm guessing that the abbot is not prohibiting the woods for that purpose. Abbot, as far as I can tell, is simply squeezing them dry. If they want the forest, they gotta pay for it. Even to pick up sticks! Even to pick up sticks, they gotta pay. Hope things don't get too bloody. How far are we gonna take this? I'm not a spy. For whatever reason, you understand war and militarism in a way few civilians ever will. I'll have to take your word for that, Chillin' Chum. I can't really glean, like, how much any given person knows about what. Though I do know that sometimes people do have skewed expectations. Like when I was working at a Boston market once. Little restaurant that I never heard about before working there, and have no inclination of going back to even as a customer. I had one co-worker that I guess was going to leave and enlist in the army, and this absolute harpy that we had as a senior employee, but not management, but liked to act as if she owned the place, was like, "Oh, you're never gonna survive in the army if you can't survive here." You know, they really think that things are gonna be like really high-class elite, even at the basic level. Man, let me tell you, working in that harpy was worse than anything in any experience I've had. Trust in Otto, and the peasants do too. Otto's a good man, he'll trust is well placed. Is this gonna be one of those conflict things in video games where, yes, the peasants, the townfolks have a point, that the abbey is squeezing them dry, and they can barely afford anything because they just keep having their rents raised and their fees raised year after year, and they could barely even afford their rents and their taxes. But Otto might be a power-hungry guy who's taken advantage of this to push a given agenda that embiggens himself over the peasants in town. Which in that case, you know, that kind of reminds me of the Union back in Disco Elysium, where at first, naturally, they're siding with the Union over the corporation, but then you hear that were the name, the Everetts or whatever, that they're gangsters and they could be a bit harsh, and maybe they're secretly using this Union gig and this strike to some hidden agenda, and it turns out the hidden agenda is they're trying to get one up over the corporation to better the conditions of the workers. And so in the end, they might be gangsters, but they're helping out the union anyway, because they're still doing the right thing regardless. Otto might have some secrets. Otto is saying that he believes that the Lord gave him a sign. But be that as it may, the town and the peasants are still being squeezed. Even wealthy Miller Leonard, with multiple glass windows, agrees with Otto. How's the married life? He got married, and he's been traveling the world ever since. I think that says how the married life is. Sabine was waiting for... Marriage is a legal requirement for becoming a recognized master craftsman. So either Sweet Sabine was waiting. Or yeah, it's something I had to do. I think Andreas isn't a very happy supporter of the institution of marriage, at least not for himself. As far as I know, Andreas treats marriage simply as a job requirement. He wasn't looking forward to it. He was apprehensive about being set up with this woman he's never seen before for the rest of his life, for the pursuit of an artistic dream that it turns out he doesn't even want for himself. That was more his father and brother's calling that he took after because he felt if that was their dream, it's my dream too. I'm sure Sabine is a lovely woman, but this is Andreas. If he got far enough, the man is an excellent ironmonger, but he doesn't have the label of master. "7 years and he hasn't found anyone. Not a single person caught your eye." Maybe for Andreas, marriage has not been worth it and simply been an obligation for his job, but that doesn't mean he's going to step all over somebody else's romance. It's okay, Ironmonger, everybody does that. Not worth the effort, don't let the pretty facade fool you. Hold on! Get back to Innsbruck, find that pretty girl. If Otto is stirring a revolution and the Swabian peasants got stepped on, I could possibly save this man's life by getting him to go to Innsbruck and find that pretty girl. Or maybe I need everybody active and in town, despite whatever dreams they have, to hold up against the trained soldiers of the Duke. Now, go to Innsbruck, find that pretty girl. Yes, really. Older than me and you're not married, go find her how it should be. Life is too short to spend dreaming about the loves you could have had, trust me. Do you think Tyrolean men are better than Bavarians? National pride, no, life is too short. Go for it. But it feels right. Don't ever think it, just take my advice. I may not have found true love, but that doesn't mean you can't. You're absolutely right, forget everything. Feels right is emphasized. Oh man, I might have found true love, but you still can. Go for it. I got an achievement matchmaker. If he ever has a chance to get back to Innsbruck, maybe he will. Hold up, what's this achievement? Convince Endris to find his sweetheart. At least somebody in this town's get a good ending. So what's the current objective? Meal with the Gertners. Okay, before we go there though, I want to see who else I can talk to. Specs, we're at the Quarren Eva. Head to Farm Unready. Yeah, about the sign from God. Was it a ghost? Did I see a ghost by the ruin? Because we've all seen that. None of us have been blessed. Was it treasure in the mine? Saint Maurice's head. Are you sure it was his head? You're right, that is crazy. Don't know what to say. Are you sure you found his head? Who else knows about this? Those who need to know, so everyone. If I can't believe that, then just know that people call you Zen. Your mind is actually a storm, but at least you have inner calm you can project outwards. You're being discharged now? Enjoy your 3-hour trip back, Chillin' Chum? 3 hours of zenning on the commute. Absolutely. Maybe on St. John's Day when you see the bus? Absolutely. So I'm thinking right. For the Saint's head, there's 2 ways I can take that. Either he means that he has found the skull of the Saint and somehow knows it is his. Or, more realistically, I'm thinking, the statue? Because the statue's his feet now. If the statue's only feet now, then it could be that his head is someplace else. Not flirting with Elsie anymore. Oh, Paul's grown so big. He's got a handsome waistcoat. Does he still draw? The guy shot up like an actual tree in 7 years. It used to be what? Knee high, waist high? Now he's almost as tall as Andreas? Real art. Oh, he's interested. Does he want to apprentice too? All art, created from the artist's heart, is real art, Paul. Yes, I should remind him of that. I don't want him to think that just because he's not on his own journeyman project, under Master Mahler, doesn't mean that his art is less significant. Took me years of practice to make what I thought was real art. Better off working at the mill, Paul. The life of an artist is drudgery. He's certainly more bitter now and jaded. Now that he's become a master, and all that he does, every time he gets a commission, is getting some pompous piece, some pompous nothing piece for some nobody noble, for their own prestige, to hang on their bathroom wall or whatever. Well, that's just the art life. But all art is art, Paul. Seven years later, and he's still prohibited. He has been practicing, that's excellent. Klaus. He's even working with Klaus. Let's see, Paul, how old now? He had to be what, 5 to 7? But if he's this big, he's probably closer to like 14 to 16 than 12. He could be an adult pretty soon. So it's gonna be his life. If he wants to take up the wood prints, if he wants to go do art, that's gonna be his call. Maybe one day, Paul, you never know. And he is in a good position. He's in a better position than anybody else in town since his dad... Look at that window behind him. Every single square there is glass. They can't just afford... They can't just afford a glass window. They could afford so much glass for so many windows. There's like 3 or 4 whole glass windows visible from outside. These guys have money. If anybody could send their kid to art school, it's gonna be them. Leonard has a gun. Forget the glass windows, he's got a gun. Leonard, how's it? Gertners are lovely people. I don't want to burden them. I'll just be here a few days. I'm going to take the blacksmith's word at Leonard actually being in a pro auto cap because he does not sound it. He sits up in his miniature castle atop the hill, overlooking the rest of the town. The peasants are below him. The town is below him. That sounds to me like the Miller's is also going to be a meal option. We've never been inside Lady Labyrinth before. Our very first time inside the church. A simpler style than I'm used to. This is what, 16th century? In a small town church? I forget exactly when big Gothic style ones are made. So, I can't peg this before or during the rise of stained glass windows. But they got their own illuminated stuff on the walls. I expect more chambers of, not chambers stuff, the Stations of the Cross, but I guess maybe that's not popular yet either, I don't know. I don't know small town Bavarian churches. Widow Ottilia's still around. We never spent any time eating with her. She lost her home after all. See, nobody here wants the charity, they just want to be, they just want to exist and live. I'm surprised that you stay, sorry I asked, I understand. I understand. She doesn't want my pity either, not just a charity, also not the pity. Sorry, Ottilia, we never got to know you too well, because I didn't think you're relevant to the case. And that is certainly a lady and a labyrinth. Marian apparition in Tassig's history. No running in the church. So what have we got? We have Mary in her blue and white, crowned and sitting on a golden chair, with the Jesus child. 3 wise men paying tribute, I imagine. And devil figures churning butter, with at least 2 ladies. What does this represent? devil churning butter with a woman as another woman with no head covering follows a man and a devil into fire. What do you represent? Because this one's obvious. That one's very obvious. So what the heck are you? Smokey you up? Smokey's here now? So our Romani friend isn't here this time? Missed the company. Aww. Have I missed much? Take it to confession. Always partial to a few new tidbits of information, do tell. By all means, I want all the hot goss. And all in the Abbey. Oh! Another Imperial Reichspost courier. Right from the Abbey. Private mail service run by the Thurn and Texas family. Approved by the HRE. Doesn't happen often. The Abbey was struggling with its funds. Does it happen often? Once or twice a month. I'm sure Father Gurnell won't like that. What sort of mischief? Or I remember those days. I remember those days. Johann and Kat will find some quarter to play in. Johann got his eye on her. We got triple cats here though. Oh, Kat's getting some gray in her hair. Johann and Kat can kick it as tradition. Veronica and Brigitte. Isn't Brigitte Martin's wife? Formidable man, or rightly so, is an ass. Oh, no one likes him in town, though, is a thing. Smokey's one of those guys. Because it doesn't affect him personally, he's staying out of politics. He's not personally affected. Could still support them, I see. Remain silent. Silent judgmention. I'll give a simple I see. I'll give it a hot goss. I've gotten where he stands. Should be nothing metals now. There's the inn. Martin's not around the meadow. I have a mandatory required objective, so it doesn't matter if I talk to anybody else. Little Killian. Master Nico. This guy's still out here. Samuel. Is his beard tied together? I think it is. He's got his beard in a twist. Hannah. And the best room in the house. Just go to bed, but it's too early. I'm not gonna go to bed yet. Okay, I think I've spoken to everyone I care to speak to. Maybe we could see what's going on in the North Town again? There's his runs. I was kind of getting worried that it might have somehow disabled them. Lucky! We never followed you. Happy to see me. Came by the grave of Brother Piero. Pay respects. Unlike the others. Gossip? We both know what the monks are. Does Lucky not support the peasants? If their lives are comparable, who's there here? The townsfolk and peasants, or the abbeys? Their lives comparable to ours. Maybe you say that it's the poorer folk who don't have the comfort and the safety net that Lucky does, and I do. Not Christian to complain about their work? I don't know about that, Lucky. There you go. Jesus spoke with the struggles of the meek and the poor. Sided with them against the wealthy and the powerful. I'm not sure where he's getting his what you call it. What do you call it? Prosperity gospel? Where he got his prosperity gospel from? Brigitte and Martin are ... fine. What do you mean ... fine? Martin did run off to Innsbruck or wherever with the book on Tassing and several of the Baron's rings. What's happened to him there ever since? Wolf. Which one was a wolf? Little baby wolf? What happened to little baby wolf? Sorry, Lucky, I really am. Was that why Marta became more serious? Maybe it is. Maybe the loss of his child is what Martin needed to realize what a not very good human being or father he was being, and to straighten up. Up to Brigitte and Martin, hope your wish comes true. It could be something else. Up to Brigitte and Martin. How's the midwife? Agnes? Irrespective of Piero. Couldn't resist the charms of country life, want to reminisce on the way back. Nah. Personal reasons always. Yeah, apparently they have. Little baby, little child, Marie, Bert and Marie. Multiple letters, not even just one. Ah, yes. It's kind of breaking my heart going through this. Albums. Please tell me the Bakers haven't all died. Oh, little Anna's growing up. Gret, still as charming as ever. Thank you, Gret. Kept tasking my prayers. Very kind of you. I shouldn't have bothered. I've done well for myself, but tassing. Hope your prayers opposite the abbots. Thank you, Gret. What Cardinal's doing at Tassig is wrong. Otto standing up to him. He disappeared Ulrich. You're right to be worried. Otto's protests are the start of a revolt. But Tassing is struggling though, they can't deny that. Her husband. When they say be Christian, they mean just do your work. Don't complain. Pay your taxes upwards. Well, Peter's gone, so there goes those credits. Well, yeah, but I'm gonna be on his side. I'm not gonna talk him out of it. And how's little Anna doing? Working at her needle? Keeping an eye open, Kaspar. You could settle down here. Stalls and easing cups are now open. Hello. You got gears and everything? Who you? He must be new to town. I don't think I ever saw a Baltazar. Has he been in testing long? He gets it. He understands the charms here. Maybe he could make us a bunch of brass automaton soldiers to stand up against the Duke and the Abbey. Dr. Stolz is still here? Dr. Stolz, I was so sure he was on his way out. A well-known artist, we got fame now. Always pleased to meet like-minded individuals. What do you do? Metal mice that skitter about. Okay, we use the light without flame to blind the Duke's soldiers, and the mice to go in and devour them for the toes up. Truly impressive. Yeah, I wasn't going to give the that's useless answer. Going from artist to artist. It's not always about physical practicalities. An art isn't going to plow a field. An art isn't going to build a dam or whatever. But it still enriches the soul, it does good for the minds and hearts of the people. We are complex beings, not just physical, corporeal, metabolic ones. Stoles. He's got his bone saws, some pliers, couple of beds. Chairs hanging off the wall. Okay. I think I've spoken... No. I haven't spoken to everyone we're speaking to. Maybe we could go to the Abbey and see if the convent, at least, is not still locked up. It might be. I gotta go see how our old friends from last week and 7 years ago are doing. Alright, there's some wildflowers. That's not the way forward. Church still verboten. Shrine is locked up, comm is locked up. It'd be nice if there was a way to fast travel. But there isn't. Can't just march my way into town via the map. Cat is out now. Yeah, the Andreas Mahler. He chases after me everywhere, no matter how much I run around town in circles. Thank you, Mom. Wow, Cat gets the just passing through treatment. Everybody else, we're being friendly, we're paying our respects to Pietro. How have you been? Saw Martin earlier, surprised to see him. How have you been, Cat? First things first. France and Wolf. France and little baby Wolf. Maybe this is the consequence. If we pin the crime on Martin, Wolf dies, France dies, as they do anyway, and then there's no Martin to come back and keep the gals together, keep the farm together. But what about Wolf? I'm so sorry. Condolences on France. I'm so sorry, Cat. Oh, who's this? Martin! Martin's still working! No hard feelings on treating you like a little shit back when you were a little shit? Parting words back then were heartily kind, and you as well. Water under the pig. Art lived and worked in Aragon a few years, got married, settled down. Do the art. Do the Aragon. He's been all the way to Superpower Yeah. Didn't make it for. Did he get caught? He got robbed in Walgao. Actual highwayman Martin. Look, he didn't get killed. What made him quit is that he did get killed. This is a ghost dad who returned. Patron saint of England. I was going to say that lots of people venerate Saint George. Soldiers guarding money from the Bank of Saint George in Genoa. Wolf. It's not just you couldn't remember his face, Wolf was gone. Prodigal son of our age. Good that you did for everyone's sake. Was coming back difficult. Responsibility is overrated. That's the younger Andreas. The younger party age Andreas. It's good that you did. Quite the speech he gave in the Commons. That's a good attitude. That was quite the speech. The townsfolk are comfortable. They got more wages than the peasants do, even if they feel the higher taxes and the restrictions. They're not at as much risk of losing their livelihoods as our friends at the farms are. Less to gain, more to lose if the abbot chooses to get the duke involved. And who's down here? Spoke to Kat, Veronica, Brigitte. What are the Ikas? Ikas. How's Brigitte? Surprising you us back? We're at the score with everyone. How are you, Brigitte? Things going well. Martin returned. Well, no wonder with Martin back in town. Nah, things going well with Martin back. Wonderful, I'm happy. I'm sorry about Wolf. That was your kid. Nod regretfully. It's not that she doesn't want to remember, she's grieving. She was a mum. It hurts for her still. They're both grieving in their own ways. For one, it helps to talk about it. For the other, it hurts even more. Brig. Yeah, that's hindsight now. Beatrix. This is a voice of regret and hindsight in my ear. I was trying to be kind. Okay, having this inner argument with myself is kind of Disco Elysium-esque. I can see why folks make the comparison. It's not about making a difference, though. It is paying our respect. Paying respects hurts too, but you know what? It's sometimes necessary. Hetty... Is Hetty still being a cougar on the prowl? The slow Andreas? I would count a few days on horseback as very far, yes. Passing's wonderful. You should get out of such. No, passing is wonderful. I like it. I'd live here. I prefer the sea, but it's nice. The Abbey or the Lord. Or a Lord. They might be right, what do you think? There are far worse things in the world than Father Gurnot, but still, that doesn't mean you gotta be content with garbage. Boy, could you imagine living in an empire? Where you can't do too much or say too much against it. I find it so bizarre that people take the non-state territories as God-given destiny manifested U.S. property. Some folks really don't know their history, they just love getting off the colonialism. Politeness first, don't have to give them all my whole life story right away. He's being polite by asking, that doesn't mean he wants to be my therapist for the next 15 minutes. So he's benefiting from the widow losing her land. I'm just really passing through to see you later, so I'll see people upset with what happened a lot these days. You know, if it turns out the real killer was the abbot, or multiple people in the abbey conspired together, I don't think it is possible to solve that mystery on Chapter 1 alone. So maybe this outcome was inevitable. Oh, little Ursula's big enough to sleep now? She could speak! Little Ursula has mastered her words. Oh, she was too little to remember us, though. Andreas, friend of her family. You wouldn't recognize me, not the poor artist your parents boarded. You were very young when last in Tassie. You poked me in the foot with a stick to wake me up. That she would not remember. You were very young when I was last in. She does remember! Oh, but she's got the tuberculosis. She remembered the story we told her. It did say she'd remember that. It said this would be remembered, right? But nothing really came of it. Oh, she really cherishes that drawing. Script. What a new technique to make colors that... Alright, she wants more stories. Never met so many different people than in Aragon. Or give her something fantastical. He saw a giant in Aragon. Nah, tell her about how big the world is. So as we're complaining about the hammer of authority on us, our own authority hammers down overseas to extract that wealth for us as well. Always rolling the ball downhill. Jeez, Ursula, are we not? I'm right here, Ursula. Exactly. I'm right here. I'm right here. Maybe he'll come back. You never know who might turn up in Tassing. I'm right here, Ursula. Percha and the Wild Hunt. Wild Hunt, supernatural cavalcade of spirits and fiends may cause destruction or portend war and other catastrophe, if not appeased. Why? Are your parents praying to them? Are they trying to appease the spirits? Because she goes to church on Sundays. Oh, because your dad says she wouldn't listen to any of it. Aww. Little Ursula, you have to learn your old ways. Otherwise, you're not going to know about Perchja or the Wild Hunt and the old charms. Instead, you're going to be like buying crystals and illegally harvested white sage and calling it pagan. Why are you asking me, child? They're not bad. Learn what you can about your own actual traditions. They're not bad, but the stories could get you in trouble. Oh man. See, coming from a diasporatic people myself, I want to tell her, learn all you can while you can. Otherwise, that folks' knowledge and that the old ways and traditions go away so quickly once the old folk go. But there are some political realities. You know what? Learn them, kid. Embrace the old ways. Minus for only telling an ordinary travel story. Girl Among the Oranges only gives one dot up. And a boring travel story is 2 down. Ah. Well, before we go have this meal, it's been a couple of hours. My teacup is tragically empty. And I am going to need some more if we're going to get into this Arab Revolution, so BRB for a bit, and I return with fuller cups. Alright, back to the peasant life for us. So who is going to be the trigger point? I'm going to assume Big Yorg is here, Pete's here. Oh, Pete's still around. I thought Pete died. Dang. Color me surprised then. Everybody's sharing this nasty cough. So, that's another thing we have to do for Ursula then. Tell fantastical stories. The abbot wants to talk to me tomorrow. The abbot doesn't like me. But I think the abbot knows what influence I have in town. Somehow, I have influence in town. Let's be honest, the abbey was getting so much money. The sisters from the wealthier families were bringing in so much from donations. That abbey was doing good. And then promises broken so easily. Couldn't tend to our sick. More taxes, less services, and less access to the land that we're paying to work on. I might get this Father Matthias more and more the more I hear about him. Abbey had patrons then. Times were this hard. They still have patrons! We saw that in the book of the library! Father Gurnot's been an ass longer than I thought. I got the old man on my side. Veronica? And what are they? Married now? Good idea, set you up for the future? Shouldn't rush something so important first. You're married. To who? Big Yorg. Oh, but Big Yorg had his eye on Sister Matilda, though. I guess his eye drifted to somebody more realistic for him. Congratulations, both. You two having trouble? Good idea. Shouldn't rush it? You shouldn't rush it. Big Yorg. So who's gonna be the activation point, Clara or Peter? Want to walk around a bit more, be back soon. Okay, Peter first. Okay, I'm done. Be my pleasure. Come, Caspar, you'll learn how they die in up in Tassing. I get it, we're having hard times, but this is the dinner table. You've welcomed us into your home as guests. Christine gone too? No. Christine was already gone. That was his wife, I think, is first. Shy little Caspar. Oh, yeah. There's not even enough bread for everybody else. Mind your manners, Caspar, because we are their guests and they've invited us. They have given us the good portions. It'd be ruder to refuse them. Quiet, Caspar. We'll explain this outside, later. Not in front of them, they have their pride. Everybody else suggests son. She's saying your ... assistant. What have we got? Rye, cheese, and fresh pottage. We'll start with the, we'll do cheese, pottage, and then scoop up the remainder of the rye. Strategizing out this meal. Try to spend more time on the land. Hard to be in touch with God's splendor in a city like Nuremberg. Sometimes not really. More time with the land. Everybody's got the coughs, the old man, the little girl, and the lady of the house. Everybody's got it. What is it? Is it tuberculosis? Is it pneumonia? Have they got the flu? With an og? That's not a typo, with an og. Peter, his father, Ursula with an og. Og. Malaria, or some other illness involving fever and shivering. So they vaguely have a fever and shiver, I'm guessing. A fever or shivering fit. I wouldn't expect the mountains of Bavaria to get malaria, so... Clara lost a child in childbed. Was it baptized at least? That's not important right now. I'm sorry. A tragedy. Nothing done by the will of God could be contrary to nature, old Peter. Don't think about it. Keep the conversation going. Don't think about it. You're already thinking about it. Seeing him around here anywhere. Ill Peter does prefer the old ways. The abbot isn't making him a friend of the church. Whatever we got to do with Ill Peter later, he does not appreciate. Invoking it's all God's plan, nothing in nature is abhorrent. Not at the table. Little Ursula's interested in this line of conversation. Alright. The bread that not everyone could have. My condolences. You and Veronica make a very good match, York. Any children? You know the answer to that. There's no rushing. Congratulations, York. Happy for you. Little smile on the portrait. Clara hopes. Look at this table, though. We could scarcely afford to feed everyone. Children have to wait. I'm so sorry. What have I been up to? Foreign patrons are fussy. Spent a fortune trying to keep my inks wet and canvases dry while traveling. Nuremberg is miserable. Paid a commission, but patrons paying to be added. Taken ages to finish. That's money coming in at least. This is a table where the family doesn't have enough bread for everybody. And children might tax it even further. And I'm complaining, oh, they're giving me even more money. So busy with Kaspar's apprenticeship. Never have time to myself. Is probably the most diplomatic answer I can give. Don't leave them waiting. Nothing but my miserable little problems. Well, I still think this is the good answer. I'm paying so much money for my art supplies. I'm so miserable in Nuremberg. I'm painting, and people keep paying me even more money to be added into the painting. So I gotta paint even longer, and people keep paying me even more money. No, see, I'm trying to raise Kaspar as a good artist. And I'm so busy now. You know how it is, family. Better not have any children then. Oh, Ursula, I got some pottage left. Would you like some of my leftover pottage? Kaspar saved a piece of bread, you see that? They got their pride, that's the thing. I couldn't fully explain it to Kaspar at the dinner table, because I would sting their pride even more. My apologies, Peter. Didn't mean to overstay. Was just thinking we got to go. These can both be misinterpreted as rude. This feels less rude to me. I'm sorry, Peter. Didn't mean to overstay. I think so. We'll stay for St. John's Eve. We gotta see the skull after all. Skull or head, whatever it is. Could we see any ghosts at the ruins again? The sin of Saul. What is our anchorite seeing? First monarch Israel. According to Old Testament, Saul's demanded rejected for the kingship for disobeying the prophet Samuel's instructions. Are the Philistines us? Are the peasants and town people the Philistines? Compline, who's this? 8 p.m. It's Compline right now. She knows us. Even in her little cell, she knows us. Are you alright, sister? We have a vision. The sin of Saul, the Philistines, and Compline. Where's Father Tomas? Apprentice Kaspar Ziegler from Salzburg. Apprentice, but I think of him as a son, my wife and I. My apprentice. The job of the apprentice is quite enthusiastic. His devotion is misplaced. He is quite enthusiastic. Oh, we get to see inside. She's got what seems to be a book in the wall, a hole in the floor, and there's a hole in the wall too. At a chamber pot, I think that is. Is that a hole in the floor, or is that like a futon or something on the floor? I can't quite tell if that's going in or if it's above. It's either a mattress on the ground, mattress or sheet or something, or it's a hole. And I think I'm leaning towards hole. She's got a hole in the ground. That looks like dimensions to it. You chose a difficult life. To join your will to be intimate with Jesus as though he were your wedded husband must be frustrating. It surely could be interpreted with scripture. Sorry to have disturbed you. This is the heaven and earth option, right? Which was the cloud and sun? I've forgotten by now. Because heaven and earth is more like the butterfly and rainbow, whatever, right? Be your butterfly, whichever one it was. Theologic is the cross. This I've forgotten already. A bold thing to say. How bold are we talking? Was a terrible thing to... Where did you hear that? Oh yeah, could that have been from something we picked up from the library? In a book by an English mystic. Did we read a book by an English mystic? I can't remember. Was that the occult icon? Because we didn't do any occulting. Did not mean to offend. Yeah, he sees it too. That is a hole to the ground. Is she just gonna roll over and be buried into it when her time has come? So she's legally dead then? She was already given her rights? What if the calling is wrong? I don't think it's that simple, of course. How could we do otherwise? Was calling to a cloistered life not enough? Emily will remember this. What if the calling is wrong? Yeah, very much yes. Both, I think. Lost your love. For art. For anything. He really is just fully burnt out. She asked for you directly. Excuse us. Of course, father. All right, good evening. Of course, father. Scribble, scribble. Maybe this means we're getting a second murder right now. It's possible John received his revelation of Apocalypse on Patmos. Yeah, but that's... Look. That's Revelations. I don't know how much talking Revelations are. It is possible with a theological excuse, or it's possible, yes. It is possible theological. It's okay, Caspar, you'll figure it out with experience. The second vision. Sin of Saul, Compline. You can go into the church. Where's our objective? Objective is sleep. So we have no objective right now. Where'd he go? There's nobody in here. Wrong way. I'm gonna expect everyone to be out. I just want to see anything at the aqueduct. Could I go to the Abbey to see if there's gonna be another murder? Schlau is still here. Schlau doesn't move. Locked. Locked. I like the stars in the background. Locked and locked. Also locked. Also locked. No guests today. And there's my yin. Anybody still here? Maybe I should roam town. It's Compline after all. It's Compline right now. I'm gonna give a quick look around town. Sin of Saul. Philistines. Compline. Maybe it's gonna be less something I could see, and more will determine a cause of death or something to have occurred at 8 p.m. Zimmermans can't go to. Gartners are closed. Widow doesn't live here anymore. But it defaults to going down. Weirdly enough. Maybe that's kind of an interface clue that I should have gone there at some point. Dine with the widow. Help her out something. Fireflies. No one's at the shrine. Anybody at the mine? Can we... I'm not gonna spy on Veronica and Brigitte swimming at the waterfall. Okay, the entire town is nothing. There's no point going about everywhere. And we got library in the morning. Abbott wants to talk to me, wants to sell me some books. And I'm gonna give him an earful. I'm not squeezing the town too much. He gets his notebooks for me, that's fine. Nobody else is up. Alright, Caspar, to bed. Nothing else to stay awake for. They're wearing their stockings to sleep? That's gotta be so uncomfortable. Meet Illuminata is next. Let's drop. More notes? More notes. What's this? Ir? Is that an I or a T? Ir Wurdet Gewandt? You were warned. I was warned not to come back. And now they're luring me into the library, into the deepest part of the abbey. They were the last time I was here. It's complicated. It wasn't the right guy. What if this is gonna end up with my death? Good morning, Hannah. Good morning, Killian. Good morning, Nico. Good morning, Samuel. I forgot to... Have I seen a Samuel before? Let's see. Leonard, Lucky, Magdalene Martin, Nico, Ottilia, Otto Utz, Smokey. There's no Samuel, though. I guess he's not important enough. Unless Samuel isn't his Christian name. That's everyone. So Samuel, I still don't know. I don't think I can know. Maybe after he becomes a important dialogical person. I'll get an entry for him, maybe. Objective is simply going to be in the library itself, but I want to see everybody else. I want to see what things to talk about. Maybe there is nothing else to talk about, now that I spoke to everyone else already. We were asked to speak to Ulrich. They're making their bread. They certainly do have lots and lots of bread. I think if I allowed Pietro or Martin to die, because Pietro was the abbot's patsy, and Martin would have made the perfect patsy, then maybe the abbot would have respected me. The abbot has sent me a death threat. Well, the only thing I would have gotten by speaking to Otto and staying in his good graces is the knowledge that he had the head of the State. Maybe I could use that knowledge with the abbot? But maybe it's just, hey, cool, I have this head. And otherwise it's safe to skip digging up the grave with Otto to get all of his points up. What if violence is the only language the abbot understands, going full-on Gandhi here, where of course he would prefer peace and non-violence, but he would rather that Tasing choose violence over cowardice to defend its honor, if it came to it. Will it come to that? The abbot should be closer to God than I am. So, we'll do what we can. And that's all I can promise. Fabian and Carl here. And a couple more out here in the comments. Hey Zoku, how's it going? We got Anton and Till. Till used to mind the sheep and now Martin does. Fabian, I don't really remember. Carl. Carl wears a spoon in his hat. But for the life of me, I cannot Google spoons in hats without getting Etsy pages and whatnot for spoon bonnets and other such hats that don't look at all like spoons. How's the medieval? Whatever the heck is going on here? Oh, it is going swimming. We made so many bad decisions last Friday, and now it is 7 years later, and we've come back to town to see the consequences of those mistakes from 7 years prior. I think it could be worse because the patsy we've chosen ultimately only upset the abbot more than everybody else, and the abbot isn't really in anybody's good graces because they keep raising the taxes and everything else, and everyone else is suffering for it. So probably not a big loss to not be in the abbot's good graces, but he is sending us death threats and now wants us to come to the abbey alone. Well, not really alone, our apprentices here. I think we're being lured to our death, which is pretty exciting. But at least it means you're getting plenty of notes for the second playthrough, and I already want to do a second playthrough. Trying to keep his dignity. Kaspar, I didn't mean to insult your family. Stubborn old man. Nah, just trying to keep his dignity, I get it. We all saw Temple of Doom. The guests get more food than the family could afford for a week for themselves. This would be a bad time to tell you that you have another mystery game to feed that itch. I don't know, we've had like so many mystery games the past couple of weeks already. So that itch is eating very good. But I'll take a peek. If you got more, I'll take a peek at least. Winds of Fortune. Do you really think it can make a difference? Hope you're right. Tell it to a straight you are. Do you think you can make a difference? He says that. But we had the hot gossip that the Abbey is in direct communication with somebody of importance. It could be the Abbot sees which way the wind is blowing, and is already bringing armed soldiers to Tassing. Case Cracker. Is that though that's kind of like the cross, but mystery? Case Cracker. 200 count crate of crackers. No, that's not right. Case Cracker on Steam. Oh wait, no, this Case Cracker. Hold up. You mean this? It's not the Picross one, it's... Where's my display capture? I think... Yeah... I think I have this one on my, I do. I got this on my wish list already. I beat you to it, Zoku. Because I saw that. Like, either just browsing Steam, or over on the queue, sometimes the queue actually has solid stuffs. So that one I do got my eye on. What happened with the dinner the other night? Which dinner? Which dinner would that one be? The Baron dinner? Baron dinner would have been... Well, it didn't go too well for the Baron because he's dead. That was a whole mystery 7 years ago. Oh, that dinner! Well, we're back in town after 7 years. And everybody is suffering. And peasants, like York's family, especially more so. And because we're all friends, and they invited Andreas and his apprentice Caspar to their home for dinner, they got Jorg, they got Peter, they got old Peter, they got Veronica, Jorg's wife, they got Clara, I think Peter's wife, they got little Ursula, and then 2 guests. That is not a lot of food to go around. And so Andreas and Caspar were the only ones with bread. And half the family is sickly with cough. Ursula was still hungry. And so Caspar, being the naive kid he is, offered bread to Ursula. And Pete was upset with that because his pride. He doesn't want people to say that he cannot feed his own guests. So it's unfortunate, but it's tough times for everybody. Might have been easier times if Pete simply took his medicine. But he's not going to accept medicine made by a woman. And so he's not in a good way physical-wise, probably not doing as much work as he could. Oh, for St. John's, right? That kind of mask? For St. John's Eve. We could have had little Ursula embrace the old ways and learn the beliefs of her people and traditions of her people. But because I chose to tell her a mundane travel story and not tell her about giants in the forest, I couldn't convince her to listen to the stories of her grandpa. Now when she's older and she wants to get into proper paganism, instead she's only going to find illegally harvested white sage and polished crystals and whatnot. And none of the proper traditions that her grandfather wanted to teach to her. Wild Hunt won't bother us, Caspar. They don't come after faithful Christians. Don't mind old Peter making up stories. Wild Hunt is a pagan myth, so all of us is missing. I know, I'm shutting down. And she was so cute 7 years ago. She's a little toddler. She barely managed her words. Whoops. Oh, I meant to press W to flip through. I made ill Peter upset at me. Wild Hunt punishes those who don't respect that bastard app, but do you know something? Old Peter. We had a warning about 8 p.m. from the Anchoress. If we go to the Abbey, and the abbot himself is dead this time, Sin of Saul, right? Maybe Sin of Saul refers to the abbot, to Father Gurnot. Why not pray to the saints? Take it easy, old man. It's just one festival. You know what? Otto can't read. Maybe when he says he found the head of a saint, maybe he meant the hand. Because there is a reliquary in the chapel next to the abbey that houses the hand of the saints. Unless he did find the head, like a skull, or the head from the statue that's just feet now. Okay, said hello to my friends. Saying hello to the chickens. And unless Hetty or Martin's got anything to say, I should probably just head up. Yeah, you sweep that grass. Okay. Nobody else has anything else to say. So to the Abbey we go. May or may not get murdered. Unless, where's my gossip man? Did he see anything in the woods 8 p.m. last night? Unless of the mine. I want Smokey. Where's Smokey? Gossip man has no new intelligence. Spy from the woods. Alright, no putting it off then. Time to talk to Mother Illuminata. See if the abbot doesn't murder me. Speak of the devil. Oh, that's this guy. They're both blondes. I can't tell my blonde guys apart. The shrine's been closed, guy. You can't close a sign for Saint Moritz. Has something happened to the shrine? Why? With everything going on? Bring the hand into the church. So the pilgrims get to see it, but not the townsfolk themselves, the patron saint of the town. They are becoming the Romans again. Because, how's the story go? It was like a Roman soldier or something, came here with the intent to destroy the town, and it said he protects it, and for that he gets venerated. A story that pretty much matches the pagan establishing of the town. So yeah, that's what the abbot is being. The abbot is being that force of ill will towards it. Had enough of the peasants and townsfolk rebelling. Their rightful lord, Guy, the whole purpose of the cadaver sign-on, or part of the purpose, part of the charges against the corpse, is that you guys aren't supposed to be lords of the land. You're not supposed to be feudal fiefs and serfs and whatnot. How long will the shrine stay closed? Until the townsfolk and peasants learn to stop complaining, get back to work, and squeeze more blood out of a stone? Tasting relies on St. Maurice just as much as the Abbey. What about the faith of the townsfolk? Is it about money? Pilgrims bring donations, but townfolks don't? Punishing the town further? The closing will continue to malfunction. Basically, Zoka, that's exactly what's going on here. The old abbot, blessed his heart, was considerate and kind to the townsfolk. But Gurnot? Apart from greed, I have no idea what goes through Gurnot's head. It can't just be the funds. Because he's in good with the higher-ups, he's in good with the Duke. They receive so much donation, not just from the pilgrims, but also from the rich families of the nuns. The richer families didn't just send their daughters, they also send all their wealth on an annual basis. So the Abbey itself is doing good. What about the faith of the townsfolk? Heretical and sinful behavior. Uh-huh. heretical and sinful is anything that doesn't fill the abbot's coffers. Abbot's a cruel man. You're no better defending him. That's not the only thing on his mind. Yes, I will question the abbot. Pray the townsfolk and abbey can resolve this. It's ridiculous and cruel. Even for the abbot, it is. Guy has learned to be a lot more passive-aggressive in the 7 years since. Prioress Margaret is here. Has she forgotten me? What is this crack that we hear here sometimes? That's not self-flagellant, is it? Somebody cracking their own backs in devotion? That's because it's the apprentice that does all the works. Sister Margaret's blind, relies on other senses. Be polite, she cannot see. I won't whisper it though, she is blind, relies on other senses, Caspar. Spanger. I think we pet before too, but that was 7 years ago. The cats deserve more scritches. Where is the Can You Scritch the Cat Twitter account? Locked. Illuminata is probably going to be in the library, but I'll check the prior's house all the same. Nothing and no one. I'm not too keen being lured in to be murdered, so doing everything else but going straight to it first. Maybe we'll see who else is around. Mateo is now a prior, right? Mateo's prior? Rudiger should still be here too? There he is. And no hard feelings between us? Wonderful to see us again. Nuremberg is wonderful. Nuremberg's the same. Not looking forward to Nuremberg. I'm pretty sure there's still some single ladies in Tasting though, if you want to settle down outside of there. But he's not anymore though. I'm sure Nuremberg is a fine town, a fine city. But Andreas doesn't want to go back to his arranged marriage. His commissions that people just keep throwing money to, but it's all heartless because just rich people wanting to look nice. They're paying him so much money. It's terrible. These rich guys just want some aggrandizing work, and then more people pay him to get added into the painting. It's miserable. That he was, but also friend and teacher. Oh, no, what though? The tower we couldn't do anything in 7 years ago. Maybe now in the present, there's going to be some kind of puzzle with the bells. Because they do stick out. Just like in old cartoons, where there's the environment in watercolors or whatever. And the interactable part is some very obvious standout thing. The bells are kind of like that. Friar Mateo. Just a God bless you, that's it. Sabat isn't here anymore. Anybody at the lavatory? Nobody. Wash your hands, Kaspar. Cellar's open. We weren't able to go to the cellar before. And it was locked when Pierre was in there. Because Wolslav would let us in. We didn't have enough brownie points with him. I'm telling you, the murder weapon had to be down there. If Wolslav did it, then locking it in with Pieta where nobody else can go would have been the perfect place to hide it. Fresh in Nuremberg, they were special Brother Pietro, passing through. Expected Brother Guy's hostility, but you, Brother Wolslav, that too. No, he's just being polite. He's just asking, what are you doing here? Wolslav, are you? Oh, and I guess he would be upset, even if we didn't implicate Sister Matilda. I still got one of his brothers killed. The events of last bits is stressing. Upon from part of them, did what I thought was right. Saved an innocent man by condemning another. It wasn't my fault. He wasn't even supposed to be at work today. It was just stressing. That's all it was. I thought it was doing what was right. What? Like the Abbey couldn't? The Abbot just condemning Pietro right away for a patsy? Was that in the hands of God? Didn't make friends with Wally. Lucas? How's Lucas? Is it his cooking improved? The older monk's not like his cooking before. Only assisting still, though. But it gets more complex dinners for Father Gurnot, who could afford the more complex dinners. The monks aren't in want of anything. They live very lavishly. The brothers eat simpler fare. Abbot has privilege of foods from around the world. I don't know about this scenario. Why does the Abbot need such fancy foods? He's the Abbot! That means he gets the fancier foods. Hey, Carver. Came by for the fancier foods from around the world? Lucas starts talking, then in you crawl in. Unfortunately, Lucas has been chopping up the same fish for 7 years, so I don't think he wants what he's cooking right now. Father Matthias odd because he ate the same food as the rest. So Father Matthias, the old abbot, he wasn't just kinder to the town and respectful of their pagan ways, but also actually dined with the brothers as they ate. If the abbot doesn't know what the best taste is like, how's he supposed to let you know? You're sinning by treating yourself. I suppose it's true. That is his great sacrifice to us. Or for us, I guess. the cellar? The cellar's open? It's gonna be puzzle? So much in there. To include a hidden away club or something. Since the murder of the Baron was traumatic head wound. That was so traumatic, it split his skull open. Where's the onions? Oh, I got a cat out here too! Not a very good Mauser though. Chases a mouse into the produce, and then gets lazy and goes back to its rest. I could feed the cat! The Abbey is definitely not struggling for food. They won't miss a single sausage. Man, imagine they could share all this bounty with the townsfolk. They've got their own massive garden. Got their own massive garden. We could go to the Abbot's house. Haven't been there before. Don't mind me just snooping around, looking for evidences. Can I go upstairs? I cannot go upstairs. Fine, I'll talk to the abbot. I can't talk to the abbot. But he's not chewing me out for being here. He's got nothing to say. That is suspicious. I'm 100% certain that he's the one who gave us the threatening notes. They're the same script as what was found on the Baron's body. But they got huge gardens, they got animals. They have an abattoir, never been able to go into. So Abby isn't struggling, not in any definition. Oh yeah, Volkberg just wore the, he wore the white robes before. He wasn't paying attention at all to the arguments. Brother Lucas? Happy here? Has the abbot been treating you well? Okay. I think I've spoken to everybody important here, unless we haven't seen Fabian, whatever his name was, the nurse. Cemetery, we visited Piero's grave already. No interaction spots here. Mother Cecilia. The rich family, got the rich stone. Father Mateo, still a wooden stone. Probably gonna rot soon enough. Where are we at now? Old Bailey gets a scriptorium and library. Where is the infirmary? Is all the way down the cloister. Gotta stop by the infirmary first. Wrong door. Just one door too early. Gloria, not Fabian. Well enough or not lately? Well enough. Pay respects, answer. Died quite suddenly, huh? If it was a sudden death, maybe it wasn't just old age that caught up to him. Maybe Father Gernot quieted another loose end. Maybe Piero knew something, maybe that is why Piero was singled out to die. Or he was just old and it came unexpectedly. They've only got a few brothers and sisters here, so they can't keep him busy enough. They don't even let him tend to the sick in town. I don't know about that, Fabian. I looked it up over the weekend, since the treatment of mercury for syphilis seemed weird to me, but it turned out that's what they've been using. All throughout this era, he knew it well, suggested mercury for it. What do they have? They had mercury that they administered so many ways, to include putting a box in your head and letting you inhale the mercury fumes. And some root from the Americas that was considered milder, but they often used both. So, unless he was cutting stuff off or something, it was probably still just hearing about how great mercury is. Imagine peasants who could read. Oh, he's changing his texts. Cause what? You're more well read now? So you get the printing? Imagine a Polish mercenary doing it. Ah, but imagine then that if we did choose to go to Poland for the second half of our career, we could exchange notes, talk about his home. Oh, wonder those books. Peasants could read about medicine, or peasants could read about how they should revolt against their lords and betters in the aristocracies, in the abbey. Alright, to the scriptarium. Been putting it off long enough. If Father Gernot hadn't had me dead yet, then I probably aren't going to die right away. Eric. We'll say hi to him after, check out what's in here. No more hidden mysteries. He doesn't recognize me? He remembers. Not quite so young anymore, brother. Blessed good fortune, been well, thank you. Successful in body, if not in spirit. It almost looks as if Caspar is holding a giant flower tucked into his elbow. More at ease or just reserved, resigned to his fates? Could it be then that by damning Brother Ferric and having it be so the scriptorium cannot maintain itself, what if that is actually the good option? And by closing the scriptorium and getting the abbot to hate us forever, he doesn't have to push himself in his old age? Guy doesn't have to be a little asshole to him? Here I was thinking all weekend and this morning that we did a bad thing by putting innocent Ferrant to death. But sounds like everybody's benefiting. The Abbey was going to tighten up its pressure on the town and peasants regardless. And by not tossing anybody in town under the bus, Martin gets to come home to take care of his family after his dad dies. Was that his dad? Or after, what's-his-face dies? Stonemason didn't get thrown under the bus? Sister Matilda wasn't? Guy's happier? Edic's happier? Only one who isn't is the abbot himself. And that is perfectly fine by me. But I do want to do a playthrough too and see what happens if I simply pick up gossip on everybody. But this time without. Since I didn't have any good, strong evidence of the actual killer last time either. If I try to arrange it where I don't actually put forth any one person as conclusive killer. We did for Ferenc, because we had so much evidence for Ferenc. But I could withhold all of it. I could just mention everybody's shallow, surface level potential motives. Like, oh yeah, Sister Matilda, she was attacked once and that's all I got. I got no other evidence. Ferenc? I don't know. Maybe some bad blood, I got nothing. Lucky, they had an argument. That's all I got. Martin, he's a thief, but that's all I got. And the Archdeacon would say we've got nothing else then. We got no further evidence. So Pietro has to go. And if we make it so Pietro has to go, then the abbots won't hate us. Scriptorium gets to continue. There could be more stuff that we didn't get to see this time around because we got kicked out of Kirsal. Yeah, Pentiment has got so much going into it, so much deeper than I would have imagined. Scriptorium time. Zidana's here. Scriptorium is straight up empty. Yeah. More so waiting on lords. A lord who's strapped down with obligations to others. Between wife and patrons, he's miserable. Overburdened with problems. No time for his own art, only that of his patrons, not particularly. Trouble all over for patrons, difficult with the revolts. So it's not just Salzburg, and now taxing them wants to revolt. And Swabia was it the other one? Traveling all over, the revolt's going up. Zidana, now feeling some regrets from being foisted away within these walls. Does she seek the excitement of the outside world? You don't live in a Kirsal, bitter as ever. Not the only ones with troubles. You don't like living in a Kirsal? Never it's been so long since we went to the library and read the notes on all the sisters. I forgot exactly where Zidana came from. or what her situation was. Couldn't marry her off, so donated her to the Abbey. I still like how the word nun in the Gothic script looks like MM. Amount was substantial enough for the Abbey to take me in as an M&M. Maybe I should have described his lifestyle as more lordly. No idea, I'm sorry. Is that why you just like Mother Luminata so much? So you flout and disrespect the rest of the sisters. Is that why you just like Mother Luminata? Chose to moralize her? What transgressions? Is there any more hot gossip we could squeeze out here outside just Mother Superior being Superior Mother? But now we know there's rift in the convent as well. And we could just walk in. There's no more libraries only for the sisters? Boys can't be here? Could I still explore freely? I can still explore freely. But that book's gone. Can't interact with that book. Are they closing down? Or they just have like a full-on clearance sale for all their books? And that's why I'm being offered some. The sisters are still a fan of me, apparently. Even if I'm hit or miss with the brothers. So town loves me, sisters love me. Just the abbot and Woslav who doesn't. Good to see you again, Mother Luminata. This is my apprentice, Kaspar from Salzburg. Good day, Mother Luminata, apprentice from Salzburg. Good to see you again. Alter Superior. Kaspar, you're mumbling. There you go. Good to see you as well, sister. Proper Sister Zena, or good to see you. Good to see you too. Is that why the Abbey is pinching the town of the peasants tighter and tighter? Baron's murder, fewer wealthy patrons, and so no more money coming in. But they still get lots of donations from the nuns' families, and the town of the peasants still do pay their taxes. Just how high is the overhead here for this Abbey? They got their own farms, they got their own pigs. They're fully self-sustaining. Guild of St. Luke. And imagine, right, if they allowed Flavian, the Polish nurse, if they allowed him to treat the people in town, that'd be another source of revenue? Willing revenue? This sounds to me that even if I kept Baron Goliath, that the scandal of the murder was going to cut off their wealthy patron source of funds regardless. Scriptoria, Bavaria. Piero says it's gonna happen sooner or later. Be that as it may, how tragic. Fake choice, would have gone that way anyway. Zadana, getting the squinty eyes. Do you not like that we're selling off these books? Oh, just as was mentioned. Wants proper credit. Don't know where to start or eager to look through. Do I get to pick which books I want? Oh, I think I can. Can't speak to Zadena, could talk to the Monata. Or could go through and there are more books about. Okay. Look at the whole collection, she says. What's this first one? Can I buy all of them? Because I got money now. I got so many people paying to be in my paintings. Parseval? 13th century retelling of the Arthurian hero Percival? Themes of love and chivalry. Let's see. Klaus Strucker, so Klaus's kid. See what my other options are. So Parseval's got Christian values. Maybe inspiring, but a bit dated on the German. Latin translations of Origen's homilies. First century aesthetic and theologian, known for his exegetical writings and homilies. Influenced by development of the Trinity and ransom theory of atonement. Perfect for a kid. Wait, what's the wait? Same book count as the notes found. So if we learn who wrote this... Because we've been finding those same notes. When we left the Abbey 7 years ago, we got a note in the exact same script saying never return. And this morning got the same note in the same script saying you were warned. So yeah, I think it would have been impossible in like 2 days or whatever to solve the murder 7 years ago. So if I don't want to condemn an innocent man, I think my only choice is to not condemn somebody else I know is innocent, tragically let Piero go, and then continue mystery to 2 day. Because, how's that going to look if I'm like, guys, I found the real killer, when I'm the one who condemned somebody to death the first time? Kinda gonna lose credibility there. Simple Latin, good stories, so it could be something for the kid. English, priest, and Bishop of Durham. If I went to England for the second half of my career, would I have something to say here? On the collection and preservation of books, so maybe something the Jukers might be into? Yeah, for a printer's daughter? But she's a lot more than just a printer's daughter. Final book. Looks pretty dense already. Albertus Magnus de Animalibus. could inspire an interest in animals of the natural world. So maybe... So we got chivalric and Christian virtues, stories of the saints, book preservation, and wonders of the natural world. With pretty pictures. Just one? Oh, come on, don't say that, Andreas! Don't say that, because I want the Philobilon, so I can get the annotations and such, yeah? Not the annotations, but like the script itself. But I've also got a purchase for the kid. Just the one. Does it have to be just the one? Could I purchase just the one but then talk about the other? Wait, hold on. Biblon's a book, right? Biblo? Animals, saints, virtues, and bookkeeping? Okay. So none of these are the dense things on, that caught my eye that was partially burnt. Or do I have that wrong? There's a book over there, book over there, book over there, book upstairs. Which one was... I should have taken notes of which one was which. Because I've forgotten already which one was the one with the Gothic print. Parzival was here. When I go upstairs, there was that thing over there. Was it Golden Legend to the left? Then Animalibus to the right? To the top? Philo was to the left as well. So, for the kid. Let's give her the Animalibus. Natural World Wonder. It's got animals, kids love animals, it's got illustrations, kids love illustrations. It's a gift. And she could read it with her dad, so they could bond over it together. Anything else I need? Okay, so we did pick up the other one. Don't know anything. Is that true, Mother Luminata? Don't lie to me, we've bonded over books before. It was also described as partially burnt, so... maybe she didn't know about it truly. I show it to the abbot, and he has a look of surprise in his face, and stabs me in the gut. What if it was Ferenc? Because Ferenc was prior, but he was also in charge of the scriptarium. So I'd assume that if he was in charge of the scriptarium, then it's probably responsibility based on his expertise. So, no, it couldn't be him, though. It couldn't be him. Because he's dead. And there were notes of warning in the same hand afterwards, so whatever it is has to be alive. Has to be somebody alive who wrote this. Mother Cecilia and Father Matthias, and both of them are dead too. And he's right outside. And that's why I thought that there's no way that Sister Matilda could be the murderer. She received a similar note herself. The Baron had such a note. Sister Matilda had such a note. Somebody who knew what happened how many years prior when Matilda was attacked. Who knew Carousel went testing secrets? Smokey! Smokey who listens to all the gossip? No one pays attention to old Smokey? And more evidence for me. Valsaren can't take the secret passage to the crypt. Is Edix? Cleveland's still outside though. It's sex time. He's gotta eat. So he might be in the refectory? Yeah, see, not so nice enough to be right outside. So where's he gonna be? Gonna wash his hands first? They're not washing their hands! We're straight to eating. There's Eddic. Where is... Oh, you're sitting up here now, Mateo. Now that you're a prior. Which means they got nobody to read the scripture. Oh, he's too busy eating to ask about it, alright. Only thing we can do then is go back into town and eat with the Jukers. Or bother none some more. Gertrude, haven't said hello to you yet? Yeah, did we learn nothing from 7 years ago with that Carousel and testing alike? Have no greater hobby but gossip. As soon as somebody comes to town or gets murdered, everybody hears about it. The cat talks to her. Kaspar, keep up, we petted Mausfanger. And an excellent gossip too. He's one of those plotting London cats that trade in secrets. Okay, don't think there's anybody else I got to speak to. And I already spoke to everybody else plenty. Come to think of it, that golden hand looks a bit suspicious. No matter. Probably in reference to the Saint's relic. Okay, Drukers. Even little Magdalene. Klaus. And who's joining us? I don't recognize your guests. Is that... Is that Edix? 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 Is that I don't recognize him. Benjamin Rachel Sommerfeld, en route to Prague. That's why I don't recognize you too, you're out of towners. The kids in this game are precious. Oh, even a little chewing animation. Her jaw wobbling around and deforming to simulate chewing. Either chewing or nursing a massive loogie. One of the two. Or both. Oh, she knows her words! Klaus, her first word! A small apology from the Abbey Library. When's her birthday? Birthday or apology, I think. Let's say apology. He wrote us about Bert and Marie's death. He wrote us several letters, apparently, and we completely ghosted him. We kept him on read. Unread. Literally read his letters and did not reply. She's only 2 years old now, but it's got pictures. You could read it to her. You could teach her the words, the Latin. You could read it until she's ready. I think you would have appreciated a nicer thought if I got her something more like Christian values or the saints. These actually are first non-Christian characters then? If they're saying accustomed to being Christian guests, or guests in Christian households? Because even Smokey's guests before were all devout men. And oh, what is? Oh, was that it? I thought she was just appreciating the meal we have. Lots of cheeses, a full platter. Totally different from our peasant farmer host before. Where's the midwife? The town does have a midwife and a doctor, but the midwife is still around too. And she's not too far up the road, so she's in good hands. If now's the time, she's in a good place. Home in Prague, Basil. Tasking hardly on the way to Prague. Has the fighting come close? Oh, what to ask? Is your home in Prague just pleasant conversation? Inquisitive. Full-on gossip-seeking. Not exactly gossip, but it's the fighting coming close. But Tassing's hardly en route to Prague, if they're coming from Basel. Swabian League and the peasants. And soon, Tassing is going to get caught up in similar. Abby's communicating with the Duke. Tassing is being inspired by the peasant revolts. Oh man, medieval Europe. I've even got to ask. Swiss printing, you said, so maybe if we chose a background in Zurich, we might have had more familiarity, maybe. They got so far to go still, but she's so late with her child. I would ask if Tassing is safe for them, but even if it is accommodating to the Jewish people, there is still stirrings of revolt here, so probably not going to be safe for anybody if they stay here either. Oh, she says daddy! And a baby printer to be. I think Klaus would have preferred if I got the printing book. The How to Maintain Books book. Amazing to see how far printing has come so quickly. Some engravings are incredible. What have you been working on in Prague? Skills for printing and painting are not that similar? Come on. Don't distance yourself when we're having fun. It's amazing to see how far it's come. If only Marie was still here to see it all. Imagine the techniques that a skilled woodcarver like her would have been able to apply and learn. How novel. Printing parallel text translations of the Bible. Is there much demand? Making it more about you, questioning how much it's really wanted, or just how novel. How novel. Oh, I can't read this, I haven't gone to class. What's the interruption? Oh, Rachel again. That might have been somebody at the door. I don't know, Rachel. How long has this conversation been going on? That's... what, 2 contractions already? And I haven't even touched my cheese? That sounds like for safety at least we gotta get the midwife. Even little Magdalene has been brushed up on the 12 articles. He probably reads it to her for bed. And Thomas has been teaching the town how to read. Really, Padre? What do I think of what's happening? It's terrible what the Abbey is doing. Abbott's in a difficult position, trying to find a way through it. Now, I've seen how they eat. Abbott's always been an ass. Sorry, Magdalene. What do you expect? Spoke with her, quite unexpected, her attitude towards the church. She's got no choice. The church takes away her home, so she can't live there, can't work that land. And it's either be homeless or live at the church. To the Pope. Maybe I put enough Crusader Kings, you get your piety way high up. And you could petition the Pope for money every now and again in exchange for piety. The Duke of Bavaria may lend a military aid, but money is unlikely. That is what I'm worried about, that since the Abbey has been in communication with the Duke. 2 brothers holding the title of Duke, Louis X and William IV, actively trying to suppress peasant revolts. That doesn't sound good for Tassing. Military aid is very, very likely. He could sit down with Otto, work something out. Nah, he wouldn't. If he cared about how the townspeople felt, then none of this would be happening. The problem with mixing temporal and religious authority. I got my own worries. Now we get to what we got. Mushroom pottage. Apple, oh, that's apple pie. Saving you for last then. And white bread. Okay. Pottage, bread to scoop it up. And white bread too. Luxurious. We get mushroom pottage, pie, and white bread. Eat up, Kaspar. This is like night and day. Contraction number 3. Kaspar, go get the midwife. Yeah, Swabia's having a rough time with it. We've heard that much so far. Kaspar, you gotta just press tab, and that tells you exactly what the Swabian League is. Soldiers of the Swabian nobility, meant to keep peace in the Empire, and that means maintain the status quo. The peasants are being overtaxed and can't even work the land of their forefathers. Mercenaries, soldiers for hire, routed for coin, not cause, both true, according to our little Wikipedia entry here. Includes nobles, knights, and hired or retained mercenaries. Or bastards who think they can crush people for the crime of standing up for themselves. Meant to keep the peace. Sounds like he's being open to the idea that they're not really. Rally for coin, not cause. Bastards. Which answer? Because it's all true. It's all true in certain ways. Is he totally against the state itself? Or merely sympathetic to the plight of the peasants that would just rather wish things were better? Sworn to robbery, murder, and outrage. Think of the line name governance. Make a desert, they called it peace. The more things change, huh? I don't know, Klaus. This town is turning into a fire keg. Or a powder keg? A powder keg. That's right, Magdalene. Bavaria. That's where you live. Bread to scoop the pottage. Sorry for showing up yesterday without a warning. You had every right to be angry. I also want to apologize for never writing back. Was so caught up in work. You know how it is. You know how it is. You get caught up in work, you forget to write back your friend about his son and wife dying. I think this might be more honest. What happened here in Tassing at Kiersau, I just want to forget it. Sorry what happened to your family. I'm sorry I never wrote back. It's probably the good heart-to-heart answer. Heart-to-heart answer, or honest-to-himself answer. He'd already spoken about his family. We'll give the excuse to go with the apology. It was a tough time those 7 years back. He just wants to have dinner or lunch. He was not expecting all this heavy stuff. Just, But thanks for the pie, though. We're up to what now? Contraction 3 or 4? Gaspar? Oh, this is it. Now she knows it's it. I love you, but be quiet. Okay. Alright, good. They're going for the midwife and not the doctor who looks out of the town? Agnes. No, Dr. Stolz is the worst one for this. Dr. Stolz doesn't care about the good Christian people of Passing. He's gonna look even further down on the traveling Jewish mother here. We'll get Agnes. Agnes is the midwife. Not gonna send Caspar. I guess Klaus knows where she lives. It's gonna be quicker that way. Soon, Rachel. Soon, I promise. And we got Klaus's apology. Thank you, Klaus. We better vacate, give us privacy. I told them the rate those contractions were going, it was gonna be right now, right now. Bonfire preparations, oh yeah, we're getting closer and closer to St. John's Eve. Come on! We can walk and talk at the same time. Imagine if they somehow made their way to like Minnesota or something. Gonna go right now to get Agnes, and then 15 minutes later of goodbyes, you two, yeah, thanks for coming, yeah, thanks, you two, bye, bye, bye. You too, little Magdalene. Magdalene, say goodbye, yeah, you too, Magdalene. Okay, so what's the goal now? The goal now is... There's no deviations yet. So how does it open up the first half as? The first act has? Seems more straightforward of go to thing, do the thing, go to thing, do the thing. But first, the thing I must do first is BRB. Tea is empty, ladder full, gotta swap that around. Then, we'll go see the bonfire preparations. Much better. TMI, not sure if anybody noticed. Was kind of dancing for the last half hour. Okay, so bonfire's gonna be in the commons, yeah? What are we thinking they have? It's like a midsummer festival for the saints. They have a oh, they have garlands and things up too? Garlands and wreaths, so the rest of the town is decorations too now? So you got wreaths, garlands, at least one bonfire. You think they might have like giant wicker bends to burn? That somebody might end up caught up inside? What if that's the bonfire? Bonfire to include a giant straw effigy to be burnt at 8 p.m. and then suddenly a scream. Tinkerer isn't in. Yeah, that looks to me. That looks like the beginning of a Wicker Man. Although maybe it is just a tall fire tower thing. Meant to encourage and heighten the flame as fast as possible. But still looks as if there's space for someone to be inside. Either below or up top. And it's tonight! The bonfire is tonight! And there goes Rachel in the background. Otto really taking command. Even if we're lucky. So this isn't just going to be a bonfire, but an active protest then. Not just to flout the Abbey's prohibitions against harvesting of the forest, but using the old traditions as well. See, they're squeezing too tight, and they're not just losing the town's patience, but losing their faith as well. So what they're trying to do is reclaim land and resources for the people that the Lord gave to hold in common. There should be a name for this, like commonism or something. Proof as sure as the sun turns round the earth. Do you mean like figurative over the horizon? Because this is 16th century, yeah? Geocentrism. Even the ancients didn't acknowledge geocentrism. I'm gonna be generous on it, I assume you mean figuratively. Over the horizon, down the horizon. Is everything alright? You're upset? That Otto and the village is going against the Abbey's wishes? I don't know what you're talking about, Wolslaw. We didn't throw Matilda under the bus. Oh yeah, but I did tell the Archdeacon about their relationship. Okay, so, maybe for the next round, if I'm not gonna throw Matilda under the bus, maybe keep mum about what they do in the forests. I had no idea that reporting their indiscretions to the Archdeacon that oversees the abbey above the abbots would mean repercussions. You made vows. Does that mean nothing? I had nothing to do with that. I just told the Archdeacon what he needed to know. The apologetic answer is the absolute idiot Andreas answer. What did he think would happen? We just told the Archdeacon, that's all. We didn't shoot them, we simply put the gun in the hands of someone who would. How was I to know that he would use it? I'm going to talk my way out of this with a theological answer. He's going to say, to hell with you. I thought we were friends. This will be remembered. I should have gone more apologetic. Maybe not, but I can't go back and change it now. If there is a future, I've been making all sorts of consequences, burning bridges with possibly one of the nicer monks that they had. So anyway, about Otto's speech, what a story, Mark. How's your sex life? Abbot doesn't like festivities? It's not that. The abbot doesn't like having his authority flaunted. It wasn't enough that everybody had to live under his strict rule in the abbey. Now the rest of the town has to be an extension of it too. Who's telling? Who's telling indeed? The Babbitt will hear about this. We gotta talk to the abbot, though. I'm pretty sure the abbot wants me dead. I think I'm next on his hit list. An He's already got my money. Invited over to buy books from the library. And now invited over to dine with the man who told me never to return. Either he wants me dead, and he's inviting me to dine. Like the Baron dined with him right before dying, a kiss of death this dinner. Where he thinks I have some influence in Tassing, because Tassing still loves me. Several brothers and the abbot might hate me. But the town is thrilled that I'm back over. What is the abbot thinking to pry out of me now? I'm already on thin ice with Brother Waslaw, so I'll attend. Thank you, brother. To come to his Hosu alone. I was going to say that whether or not Kaspar could come is going to make or break the idea that this is going to be a hit on my life if he wants no witnesses or minimal bodies to turn up. Kaspar doesn't want to see the abbot. Or are you gonna eat Kaspar? You gotta pick a family to eat with. The golden hand after dinner? I guess you can give him money to eat at the inn, but that's expensive. You could eat with the Drukers again. He wants to involve himself with it. Oh, that's so sweet. He's such an involved and eager little boy. Back where before sundown? Eating? Does he not get to eat dinner without us? After supper, but what are you doing for your supper, Caspar? That's the question. Don't get into trouble. If I don't tell him, then he will. Don't get into trouble, Caspar. You do represent me after all now. Caspar will remember this. Oh, they got... They do have, like, wild men costumes. And little folk dances. And horns of wheat. Oh, this is so great. Oh, who's out of the back? We got, like, somebody on somebody's shoulders wearing a big coat. Ah, this looks really cool. This is, like, so much cooler than just illegally harvested white sage and crystals. Brigitta, this hello's for everybody. They have it even more complex one in Nuremberg? They could have burned the town down. Do they have space for it all? Well, I think I've seen all there is. So unless anything is hidden, I think it is time for the abbot. Druckers, how's your guest doing? Little Magdalene. Klaus. What about if I stop quickly by Smokey's? Maybe Smokey has something to share with me. He's already given me lots of hot gossip what normally goes on after this festival. He does have something to say. Can I though? Could I go to the festivities after dinner with the abbot? Don't tell me gotta miss the bonfire just because I'm having dinner with Father Gurnot. An enchanted evening. Smokey is a voyeur. Watching the ladies swim in the forest at night. Watching who sneaks off into the bushes with who. Andrus is the Ironmonger, right? Yeah. People continue to be fools. It's not even any ideological or religious sectarian difference. He just makes the charcoal, therefore he's the outcast. I don't get it. Some youth left in you, not one for traditions. You got to mute less, Smokey. There's no gray in your beard yet, unless the ash is covering it. Because we remain friends with Smokey. If we do get in trouble with the abbot, he is going to come to our rescue. Abbot's house, but I think I want to see some friends. if there's any allies here remaining. Of which Guy is not one of. No sisters out here. No sisters in— oh, Zadena! What are you doing here, Zadena? Illuminata, gonna have my back if the Abbot tries something? No? Not gonna be my wingman? I think that was all my remaining possible allies. Refectory's going. Slow wing. So who's having dinner? Oh yeah, I never spoke to Eddic about the page we found. We tried around lunch, but he was just all up in his food. He doesn't have to comprehend. He could at least recognize the script. He knows it. So he's familiar with the work. Give us the deets. Forget this, but what did I say? The entire Abbey's gonna be on it. Father Gernot is a murderer, and there's no way we could have found out 7 years prior. And by choosing somebody to sacrifice, we have lost our credibility if we choose to reveal the actual killer in the present. It means there are secrets. Yeah, that's Father Gernot, we know about him. But he's not here right now. He's sitting in his house waiting for us to come see him. Smokey told me the story of a ghost. Sister Margaret, before the Baron was murdered, smells the devil's presence. Could be figurative, but he might open his heart to me if we name drop Sister Margaret. And that's directly tied to the origin of the notes. She smelled that scent when the note was delivered that night. Maybe had I done things differently, if I was still in the Abbot's good graces, and maybe he wouldn't be so scared of telling me about the brief time the Abbot was writing stuff. Maybe there's some intrigue in why Father Gernot became Abbot. Because we wondered about that. At least Andreas did. He was asking Frederick why Frederick was passed over to becoming the Abbot. He was prior, he was a man in high standing, and instead it went to Gernot. So maybe there was something else going on here. Maybe the secrets of Carousel go deeper than one Baron's murder. Am I ready? Daddy, I haven't got a choice. I can't stay in town and watch the St. John's Festival. This dinner better be amazing. I was promised exotic foods from around the world from Brother Lucas. Surprise receive invitation, but pleased to come. I thought you didn't ever want to see me at Curacao again, Father. What changed, apart from the mood, or the peasants, or the townsfolk who adore me? I don't trust him. I got zero trust. He wants to reconcile. For a reason. Direct us here towards wisdom, prudence, and guidance in our actions. He wants to talk politics. He wants me to mediate. He knows that the Abbey has zero social capital. And that is something I am wealthy in right now. Dang, and I thought the Drukers were lavish. She's even got the pointy prong forks. After leaving a mess in Tassing. No, Tassing is great. Tassing, I left in good hands. It's Curacao that suffered and well, I guess Tassing's also suffered. That's his fault. City Council approved me as master artist in Nuremberg. Pleased to hear. A commission of Mary and Christ waiting in Nuremberg. But Patron wants to keep adding more of his associates in, dreading going back. But that's money. They keep paying him to put them into the painting. And the longer that goes on, the more people pay him to add them. Travel to Aragon to study the new art and oil techniques there. Try to go a lot farther than expected. What do you care of my success? Just speak of his travels. That's been the most present and the most pleasant. Notice of the Edict of Expulsion, but the Inquisition is brutal in its methods. Inquisition is certainly enforcing the Crown's Edict of Expulsions. I wouldn't know. Been traveling far and wide, enjoying all the unusual delights of Europe. They should be married by now. Exactly what delights is he after? Pogroms and persecutions. How to interpret these? I understand the edict, but they are brutal. What is there to understand but the inherent brutality? We are certainly enforcing it. Sounds kind of like a brutal answer. Brutal answer, a neutral answer, I meant to say. He's basically acknowledging it exists, not really saying anything. Whereas this top one does acknowledge the inherent brutality in it. Brutality in it. A duty to ensure the safety of the kingdom, huh? Just wants to be the intermediary. How about this? He could talk while I dive into that cobbler. And when he's done, I'll thank him and walk out the door. And that'll be the last of it. Clarify the situation? What else is there to clarify? The peasants and town people already told us about their pressures. What else is there to hear? Just like you clarified in shaky text that Piotr was guilty all those years ago. Is he threatening Otto Is he saying he wants to prevent a thing like Pietro, in which his hand has to go to murder? So if I don't want Otto murdered, I should listen to what he has to say and talk him down. Okay then, Padre, you tell us your half then. When they eat well enough, they're the lords of the land, they're not paying tax to anybody else, it's not rent to anybody else. I'm sure it all goes upwards regardless. I can't put my cursor towards the cobbler. Only plum pudding? Lebkuchen and pheasant? What about the dessert? Is that entire tray of meatloaf all for him? Okay, pheasant first. Another option. If they need to raise the taxes that much, to the point where the townspeople and the peasants cannot afford to live, then he's done something wrong. He's got to get himself some other revenue sources. Ask the bishop for help with his pride. You decided to close the scriptorium. Doesn't mean the townsfolk should suffer. Let's see though. Having monks in monasteries make illuminated manuscripts is already on the way out. Pietro understood that well enough as it was. But there were still some wealthy patrons who were requesting commissions, who wanted nice illuminated texts, and they're still maintaining works there. But yes, there are other options. The best way for him, but not the peasants, not the townsfolk. See, it's STEM without the humanities. They went by the numbers. By the numbers, this is the best option for them. Doesn't harm the abbey to the townsfolk. If it's theft for them to use the woods without permission, give them the permission then. Why bring the issues up with me? Talk to the townsfolk, not me. I don't have a stake in this. Theological answer, the Lord calls for a spirit of graciousness and charity. Or he's being a pedantic ass, also true. But let's let the Lord call him a pedantic ass. I don't know. Was it an Anglican bishop or something? Anglican priest or something who recently said that if you're stealing from a corporate store, it's not the sin of theft or whatever. Let me look that up. For a better understanding what this was. I think it was Anglican. Shoplifting, not theft? Church of England priest suggested Saturday was no sin to shoplift, as long as the victim is a big supermarket. Love your neighbor, not love Mark and Spencer's. Reverend John Papworth. NPR, UK priest says, sometimes it's okay to shoplift. Guardian, thou shalt steal after all. Holy Rogue reads fatherly advice. CBC, UK priest defends shoplifting sermon. Daily Mail, priest advises congregation to shoplift. So there's certainly legalistic wiggle room, Padre. The people are desperate. The sinful and greedy nature of mankind. If he takes all their means, and they can't afford or aren't able to make their means, what choice have they got? realize, oh Padre, if you excommunicate everybody, what reason do they have then to pay their tithings and taxes to you? You would condemn the town if it's so petty. Creates an ultimatum, that's insane. You don't have the authority to do that. We live under the ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the Prince Bishop of Friesburg. Will have the support. He is acting outside of his britches. But I'll take the pudding all the same. Oh, I will, Padre. I'm going to support ending this foolish rebellion, but not on your side. See, he wants my social capital, he wants my reputation. Thing is, Padre, we're not exactly friends, are we? You told me never to show my face again, gave me threatening letters. I don't feel very inclined to help out. He's not even greasing my palms or anything. Don't want the child to come to harm, a precarious situation. But I understand your point of view. I do. I truly do understand him. He's a greedy son of a gun. They got genuine grievances. Talk with them, negotiate. Want no part in this either way. I don't have a stake in this. Yeah, I do. These are my friends. They cared about me. They wrote me in the 7 years I've been gone. They somehow got my address. The peasants are right, Father. You've been too harsh on them. I won't help you. Damn your plan and damn you, Father. Let's put the big guns away for now. They are correct. We'll start with the diplomatic. The peasants are in the right. We're not going to help him when he is in the wrong. And because I refuse, one of us is going to die. Me or Otto. And by violence, he means he's going to pick up something blunt and heavy from the abattoir again. We never got into the abattoir. Maybe the abattoir's got the real murder weapon. Concluding before we get to the cobbler. Compliment. The sin of Saul, the Philistines. Compliment. Who's it gonna be? Who's the next body gonna be? Is it Gernot himself? Let me refresh myself. What was the sin of Saul? Saul's root character flaw is self-exaltation, self-deception. Thinks he knows better than everybody else, including God. That sounds like Father Gernot to a T. The biggest tragedy is that he's not even aware of it. Story shows he's completely blind to his arrogance and always believes he's in the right. Vis-a-vis BibleProject.com. So basically he's a narcissist. And narcissists never acknowledge themselves as narcissists. And so just being a narcissist is the biggest sin you can have. Compliment time. Return to the commons. Oh man, what that means. If it's properly nighttime now, and everybody's already had their suppers, then maybe now it's dark out. The bonfire could properly commence. Anybody in the kitchen or cellar? Is that a ham that has knives and utensils sticking out of it? Was the meat on the bone the murder weapon after all? Or is that some kind of like how in the modern day we got those little pop tomatoes that we put pins into? Do they have some kind of like cloth ham that they put all the utensils and knives into? I don't know 16th century Germany, so I have zero knowledge of how these monastic kitchens would really be. What do we got? Came to the refectory already. Maybe chapter house if someone's gonna die anywhere. Any bodies in the chapter house again? No. Thankfully, no. If nobody's asleep, I'll check the church. And if nobody's in the church, it's as far as I'll check. Fire Mateo. Empty as always. Pond is still open. Anybody to talk to here? Zadena still hiding behind the window? Nope. And nobody else. Not even any shovels. Rabbit kitten killing shovels. Alright, to the bonfire then. Return to the commons, find Caspar. Didn't he say he'd meet us at the Golden Hand after dinner? After supper? He said he would be here though. Is my apprentice being just... What if they're going after my apprentice? He wanted me to come alone. Which means apprentice in town. And if I don't agree to help him... I was thinking that he's got lots and lots of reason to want to murder me. And he's got reason to murder Otto, because Otto is a charismatic leader in town now. But given the respect that I command in town, even Otto does, and given that he thinks I have influence, don't tell me Caspar is going to be inside that bonfire. Yeah, Andreas Mailer. Just trying to clear my friend's name. Hey, Dark Ari, I hope all is well, everything is well. For the time being, unless it turns out that my apprentice or my friend is currently being immolated and nobody knows. It's going as well as it can be for getting veiled threats from the abbot. Does St. John's Eve mean a lot to you? St. John's Eve simply coincides with their typical midsummer festivities. Ada Ann's Mama Perchta. She's charming. Did I hear Perchta in there? The game looks interesting already. It is. It is very interesting so far. Pagan Goddess and St. John's Fire, never mind. I'm not here to moralize her, I just want more information. Stay out of the woods. Attilia, that sounds like a threat, but they just do merrymaking in the woods. Oh, look, little child is there, playing on the ground. Oh, there's Caspar. Caspar's alive. Caspar didn't get put into the bonfire after all, so the question is who did. There's no way they're gonna have a bonfire like this and not have somebody end up planted in it. Who do we have? We have Brigata here. Old Till. Ill Peter. Where's Otto? Otto could be in costume. You're home now. Welcome home to the job. Yeah? No, we're gonna miss this festivity. Oh my goodness, Martin really has changed so much. He's even become a romantic now that he's back home. Stare blankly. You're both getting very festive. No, that's the thing, Brigitte. After living as a hermit in the desert off locusts and wild honey, he would love the chance to come back and enjoy a party on his feast day. Oh my goodness, Martin, there's a child right there! Who wouldn't? No, oh my goodness, you got Andreas going. Yes, forgot it, this is you too! You two are influencing him. Ah, I got carried away, don't mind me. This is an older, wiser Andreas. So it's not the entire town about to protest in the forest then. Brigitte and Academy Herbs? Replaces by Martin. So Otto doesn't have as much support as he thinks he's got. Slightly less improper for the time she spent with Veronica. So he knows what they get up to. Cherished friends indeed. More power to him. Also we got Carl with a spoon in his hat. Big and sturdy, so if somebody's inside, they can't get out. Fine setup, excellent. Not as impressive as Nuremberg. Forget Nuremberg, it's a fine bonfire. There was a This Will Be Remembered that just flew off screen. Don't think I didn't see that game. Well, thank you. It hasn't been a great time back in Nuremberg. Now this is a well-raised kid. Does as he is told. I'm well, thank you, young man. Polite question, polite answer. And he gets embarrassed by his dad's praise. How's Helena? She's not attending the bonfire. To dip their toes in the stream and pick flowers for goddess and wreaths. Isn't that illegal? That's harvesting for the forest. Aren't those more pagan customs? So as far as I can tell, we got at least 2 saints now, whose observations are more closely tied to Tassing's pagan origins. It's a figure of speech, or the power of God. It's a figure of speech. Fires furrowed and mountains tinkle. So the other towns and villages across the area is also visible? He doesn't like the drunkenness and rowdiness though. Everyone lets loose is good for the body. But your dad keeps the trouble away? Anyone in particular? If I ask that, they're gonna think I'm playing cop. And they'll be right. Everyone lets loose, it's good for the body. Only sees blood and bruises. But your dad keeps trouble away, yes? Your words, Dad, we learned it from you! I've forgotten who Carl is, but he is a capable father. Listen to your father, Anton, is all I can say, and will be remembered. This will be remembered. That I don't have any influence in saying. There's gonna be another time skip, and Anton is gonna remember being a hard ass on him. Bill, Pete, Big Jorg, Veronica. You told me to find you. I thought I'd stay and enjoy the festivities. He's old. He's curmudgeonly. There's no benefit to pushing it back onto his invitations. You forgot about it already. We're here to stay and enjoy the festivities. What's it missing? Oh, his cough is getting worse. His cough's got ink splatters. Alright, ill Peter, tell us the story. Tell us about the bonfire for St. John you had back in 1352. Oh yeah, the wild hunts. It's true. Ill Peter is still alive to this day. Sitting on some Bavarian hill. Swearing in the old swears. I never got to make a mask. I didn't realize I was supposed to bring one. Oh no. And everyone's going into the forest. But hold on. They go to the forest every year. The couples to make merry. Brigitte and Veronica to swim. And they've been fine so far. They're not witches. Anybody caught turned into animals, huh? Beast with two backs more like, going by smoky stories and gossips. I can imagine worse punishment. To be brought so low to a mere beastly existence, I can imagine worse. I'm sure that Sabine will still love Andreas, even if he was a worm. But ill Pete, won't they be turned into animals if they go into the woods? Ah! Ever the curmudgeon, even when I appreciate the story, just get an ah! And a big ol' loogie at my foot. Good for the garden soil. Is that not what he needs it for? Not to enrich the soil? Miserable. The abbot had this entire plate of cobbler right before me and he couldn't touch it. Getting tired. It's very enlightening. Friends. Friends in the Veronica Brigitte sense. If she wants gossip, we have gossip. Invited to the abbot. Talking never stops. Smokey's a good man. He is a good man. Everybody in town is too harsh on him. Speaking of the abbot. Okay, Kaspar. Unless Werner has a full conversation for me too. He does have a full conversation for me too. I'll get to my apprentice eventually. Oh, there's Otto. Hiding behind his wife and baby. Okay, so Otto's alive. If there is a body to turn up this night. Just like the artist. Can anybody eat the manuscript that Andreas made? The paintings that he's making on commission? No, but it's still important. Very inspiring, Baltus. Makes sense you'd be rude to your friends, Werner. I'm not too fond of Werner. But do I bring Werner down? Or bring Baltus up? Bring Baltus up. I'm not gonna stoop to Werner's level. Is there more town to explore? Casting's cheerful with the decorations of bonfire, but I'm sure there'll be more. Clever piece of construction, and Otto's a clever man. Saying that with Otto in earshot right next to us. Of an university degree? How are we saying university here for sake of an N? This guy is so ahead of their time. We are just now, in relative terms, steering academia away from the idea that knowledge isn't valid unless it comes from some established, haughty institution, and that yes, people do actually know stuff. Werner, nobody was talking to you. Shall we look like 1-2 generations into Werner's family tree? Who was his grandfather? His great-grandfather. I can't imagine they were doctors for 20 generations. And did not Jesus himself, Werner, warn you that if you don't love your brothers, then the Lord is blind to you? Who is the one being profane now? Where does piety come from? Really wound up, aren't you? Where is this piety coming from? A place of genuinity, or is it an excuse to look down on the peasants even more? Oh, wow, he's been on pilgrimage to Aachen. Big man here. Mostly clearing the underlines. I haven't managed to focus myself. Glad you had an experience. Your family must be proud. There's no "this will be remembered," so Werner doesn't seem to be important for anything yet. An invitation? Is this dinner an invitation we could dine with him and have a chat? Be my pleasure. Alright then, Kaspar. Don't think I didn't see you there. Just thought maybe if I go to Kaspar, it might be like a story advancement. So might as well harvest everyone else's dialogues. St. John's Eve Festival is a big for Tassing. Missed it the last time? Has he been to a festival like this? Or just keep on embiggeting Nuremberg? Forget it. He's got no fondness for Nuremberg. Did they not have these in Salzburg? How could I say no? He's not gonna get this chance once he starts his journeymanship. Don't want to risk the abbot's anger, forget that. Alright, but follow along, don't get in their way. And Andreas is getting too old, he's too tired for the festival. So go to sleep and drag Kaspar with, or let Kaspar celebrate. While old man Andreas turn in for the night. It's barely dusk, you can still see the sun over the horizon. There's still that pinkish purplish glow. And he's already turning into sleep. Is this not the same Andreas who was partying it up in Venice, Milan, and Florence all hours of the night? Maybe give the old Roman ruins one more look. See if anything's changed up here. I doubt it would. It always seems pretty quiet. But there were at least 2 or 3 eyewitnesses to a ghost in that area, so who knows? Could always be something. And this means he's going to be asleep when everyone else is merrymaking. Give one last goodbye to Smokey. See if Smokey's going to enjoy his night. Okay, there's nothing else to do then. Away we go. We'll say hello to Sam. Because Sam's just been sitting here sharpening his sword this whole time. Several days in a row. He isn't even in my personalities book. We have a Sep, a Smokey, and that's it for my S's. Time is it? Compline. Gonna miss out whatever's gonna happen in Compline. While my apprentice is out there in danger. Maybe the smarter idea, now that I know that I found like a couple of active death threats between the abbot's words and the note that we found that the safer place is here. Oh well. Still think that'd be so uncomfortable, wearing his tights to bed. Dreams? Haven't had that since 7 whole years? 7 whole years, no dreams? I just realized. This is different. This isn't the shape of the labyrinth. The labyrinth being held by the Lady of the Labyrinth. That the church in town is in devotion to. I recall these streets were a bit more open the last time. But this is definitely the shape that the Lady of the Labyrinth was holding. Is this older Sabine, or is this what Sabine actually looks like outside the portrait? Come home. I will soon. A cruel stop bothering me, or I know. I know. He hasn't been answering anybody's letters, not just the people of Tassing, talking about their weddings, or the deaths in their family, but his own wife as well, avoiding all responses. Sabine, I'm so sorry. You were a legal requirement for him to get his master position. As much as he had for me, if this dream is based on his memory of her, it sounds like she at least held affection for him even if it was an arranged marriage. for his career. He's at his apprehensions. I don't know what kind of stuff was going on in their brief time together in Nuremberg. But I'm not sure that if there was love, that it was mutual. He was chasing a dream. He was chasing a job and a position. And that had a marital requirement. And he seems pretty unhappy. I think he felt trapped, maybe. Maybe that is why he went as far afield as Barcelona. Lack of a seed chasing him away, and now that he's away, can't regrow. I hate talking when you're like this, ouch! As a recipient of such words, I'm not going to make him say these cruel things to her. I'll make him say nothing at all. Oh no, because I chose that he had all those vices. Would the background that I chose have affected what she says here? What are my options? That he partied it up hedonistically? That he devoted himself to his work? So maybe she'd be more like, alright, fine then, go back to your paints because that's all that's important to you or something? Without him. Us being there amplifies... Did they have a kid? They've been married 7 years, I'd assume, 6 or 7. If they got married as soon as he came back. Nearly everybody else has lost a child. What if these two did? And that's part of why he left. And part of why he feels nothing at home. And regrets going back, doesn't like going back. And because it was just an arranged marriage, as a legal requirement for his career. Maybe some tenderness grew, maybe he had some hope with a child there, and with that gone, his coping was to leave again, to party it up abroad again, alone with the memory of him. Kaspar isn't a figment of our imagination. Other people have acknowledged Kaspar, they've given him food. He's tried to give food to Ursula, and had Peter yell at him for it. I could see Kaspar then maybe if they did have a child that was taken way too young. That maybe he is raising Kaspar as less an apprentice and more as a surrogate son. Which, if that's what he needs to be happy. August, oh no! I was gonna say, if the little son's surrogate in Kaspar is what he needs to be happy, he doesn't have to make things cruel with his wife over it though. Little Kaspar could have a mentor figure and a mother figure, but this is the him, isn't it? He's got his father's hairstyle. Hello, August, or say nothing because it hurts. Hello, August. What am I supposed to do wait here with you? You aren't going to say anything. Was he even old enough to speak? Sorry, couldn't do anything. What happened? Plague. Not much one can do against plague. Oh no. We got to say goodnight at least. And that's why you don't say anything in your dream, because you didn't say anything that one final time. You know, I've been musing this whole time, right? Making notes. What could I do differently the next time? But I'm wondering if there's a big difference in the first place. Like all the different background choices you can make of where he went to school or whatever else, what he studied. Seems to give different insights on different things, but doesn't seem to lock anything important out. So I'm wondering if these consequences and choices are really all that important in the big picture, or if the game manages to tell a fulfilling, full version of its story, regardless of what you decide to do. He does remember loving her, or some version of Daniel's portrait. You know what? Let's be nice. Maybe he did have some love that he settled into, and they had a kid, and for a while he was comfortable. But it's all that hardship and heartbreak at once that he couldn't cope with, maybe. Wish I didn't, or loved you so much. Literally, as is the purpose of a labyrinth. Pace the steps, contemplate. Back to her too. What if Sabine is dead? He might not have just lost his son alone. But she's written for him to come home. Maybe that's why it's hard, not just because he lost his son to the plague. Well, then wife dies too while he's overseas. Oh. Either way, he does not have an easy home life. Isn't that right, Prester John? That's not Prester John. What happened indeed in my absence? I see plenty of fools. I've only had Beatrix in my ear. I just now realized. You didn't have Socrates or St. Grobian. Oh, that's right, in this time skip it's only been Beatrix in my ear. And in an argumentative tone at that. Melancholia. Oh, was that not Beatrix? Take it a tone ship of melancholia. Nah, man, you can't argue with your depression. You can only feel its overbearing presence. Doubt that stiffens to paralysis. Paralysis that breeds despair. That wouldn't match with what sort of guidance? Or less guidance, but more the confrontations that we were having with the internal dialogue. What happened to you? What happened to the others? What happened to you first? I really doubt, though, that any choice I made in the first ad is going to affect things here. Because 7 years pass right, people still die, his situation at home, regardless, is out of my hands. But it's only June. Is that it then? And how did it come to this? Again, would the choices I make affect all that much in the big picture? I could affect my town's relationship by choosing who dies or make no choice at all and Pietro dies. And it kind of feels like the Abbey is going to feel the pinch and pinch the town and pinch the peasants all the same. So Otto and the revolt's going to happen regardless. And there's nothing I could possibly do to stave off plague and the loss of the honeymoon phase of the marriage of the home life. Change my life. What we gotta do is make the most important masterpiece of his life. He is going to paint a D-mail and send it back to himself and open Steiner's Gate. Caspar is out carousing on a night of protest, a night of dangers. It is who knows how late at night. 5 St. John's Eve. And Caspar is not here. Go to bed. Oh, I can't make him go to bed though. What if it is gonna be Caspar? What if I was right all along? And the abbot, because I refused to help him, is targeting Caspar. Would be nice if I could run indoors, but he's too polite. He doesn't want to wake anybody up. Okay, big magical book cheat for me. Where is he? Where's my objective? There's nothing in the waterfall, own mine, charcoal burner, the woods, or anything. There's no cheat, no objective here. Okay, alright, I gotta properly find him. I suppose first order of business is to check back at the town commons. But they would have gone into the woods by now. What time is it? Compline, 23 hours. Yeah, they've all left. They've all gone into the woods, just the Embers and Otto now. There's no young apprentice in here, is there? This is my night. Just more pressingly, have you seen Caspar? Did he not go with all that talk about tonight we're going into the forest to protest by gathering herbs? He didn't go with them. I'm not sure I appreciate how Otto is staying behind as he sends everybody else to protest in the woods. And all his talk about having the saint's head. You still gotta produce that tomorrow? This commotion better not be a found body. Where is Smokey? Smokey's out spying. Oh no, Smokey! The stories are right, he got turned into a squirrel! Ill Pete warned us! Very nice costumes. Oh, there's this bar. And then somebody running off into the forest, huh? Huh? Well, now that I know Kaspar's alright, let me see if I can't see. I was told that there were people who swim at the waterfall. Having their carousing. Johan dear. Oh, somebody's missing. Who's Johan? Speak again. Speak again. Speak again. Fine, look for myself. Where's my J? Johan. H-I-J. Bauer. Johannes Bauer, remember him then. Hetty's husband. Oh, so that's Hetty. You alright? Oh, don't mind me. That is somebody peeping. Is that Smokey peeping back there? He got himself a costume. Oh, somebody's handsy. Do it again. Fine, no peeping. No, never mind. I was gonna say he respects his boundaries, he doesn't. This guy's still dead, though. Alright, Kaspar, who was that you were speaking to? Lori didn't come back, where have you been? What the hell are you still doing up? Why'd you come back? We were worried. We have anger in our voice either way, I think, but let's not be too harsh to him. Not gonna give him the metal end of the belt. This will be remembered. He might think kindly on us then, if we weren't too harsh on him. On fire with Killian. But heard a ruckus from deeper in the woods. Abbott, what are you doing? Again, Abbott, you're overstepping your bounds. You don't have the authority. You gotta talk to the Prince Bishop about that. And honestly, this might be more embarrassing for you, unable to control your parish serfs. And so is the murder. Abbott, you ran to us right before someone screamed out for murder. What are you doing here? Come on. Oh, the Abbott's following me too. Oh. And everyone else is gone. We can't explore them more. So... Okay, so I'm thinking I go into St. Satia's. He's put the evidence into his bag. Smart boy. That's my Kaspar. Worry about it later. Check out the town first. Who cares? See what the screaming is about. Worry about it later. Oh, is that Otto? Werner? Is he? Dr. Werner, that looks like Otto to me. Instantly suspecting Abbott. Abbott talked about bloodshed that has to happen if I don't talk to the town. Even if the Abbot wants to catch heretics, he wouldn't be out here himself. He's too good for that. We are going to go off Among Us rules. The first one to cast doubt was the one who did it. Figure in a costume rushing out. It's one of the monks. One of the monks with a flower that isn't normally found in town. But they have their own garden. And the convent keeps its own too. So somebody with access to either. Even if not the abbot himself directly. Exactly, Dark Aria. Like I said, even if the abbot figured that this whole festival and everybody involved is heretical to be excommunicated, he wouldn't be out here himself, chasing after them at night. He would just damn the whole town in the morning. So, it is very suspicious that he is here. He's got one of his monks to pull the rope for him. The abbot is here in a purely supervisory position. I don't think it was Leonard. I think Server ran off. I think it was... like with the last murder, I think that the entire monastery is in on it. Don't yell at the boy. This is your son's surrogate. He just wanted to be an artist, and you're making him examine bodies. No notes, no warnings? Maybe the fact that we spoke to Eric was enough to warn them that I have become wise to their handwriting linkages. But the guy is buried under rubble. If there's a note, it could be buried elsewhere too. Okay, alright, Peter's got it. I am willing to toss the abbot to the wolves. Town immediately sussing on the abbot. How dare they? How dare you? I'm not going to stop them. I'm going to pull "this is not my business" card. If they want to chase after the abbot, you know, that is on... No, don't... You don't know that, Kaspar. He was with us when the body was found. That doesn't mean he was with us when the body was produced. There's no way he could have killed Otto. That's right. Even if you don't have any proof, I got no ways of saying do what you want. I got no stake in on this after all. I'm gonna back up my surrogate son, though. Even ill Pete shuffling after us. To the Abbey! Oh, I can't. It's all cutscene. But we don't have friends in the Abbey. Well, the nuns, sure, but not the monks, not the abbots. When we get there, though, behind large sealed oak doors, Gaspar got to show me that flower because I want to compare them to the other. What are they all doing here in church at like midnight? They were waiting. They should be asleep in the dormitarium. Locked. Gotta find my own hiding spot. Well, what has Foucault written about criminal justice in this era? If the abbot was truly innocent, then God would intervene, right? Something like that? Is that how it works here? Johann gets it. Johann understands. Just because he was with us when the body was found does not mean he was with when the body produced. These peasants get it. They're clever. Now I'll rant. The abbot isn't the only one with motive. Even somebody sympathetic to what Otto was saying, who agrees with him fully, might not have wanted to go all the way with open revolt, seeing what happened to the peasants in Swabia. They might have killed him to silence the talk of insurrection and the protest, and to keep the Duke's well-armed soldiers away. Or it could be somebody in the Abbey killing for much the same purpose, silence the talk of insurrection, but less to protect the town, more to silence the town. I'm not moving. If you go after Gernot, the real killer will get away. I think the real killer's in there. Gernot or somebody accomplice with Gernot. I don't like his stance any more than you, but violence is not the answer, Peter. No mercy! But Peter, if you do that, you're gonna risk hooking the nuns too. Gernot, this is what you've done. You put this much pressure on them. You've turned a piece of charcoal into a bomb. If you don't trust the abbot, trust me. Swear he was the one to do it. He totally is, though. I totally think he was. Gernot wasn't the only one who disagreed, just like Otto. Must be somebody else who killed him. You all have good reason to hate the abbot, but he's not the culprit here. Maybe the lack of the note does mean that this wasn't one of the abbot's killings. Because I'm fairly certain that the abbot or someone of the abbot's faction was responsible for the Baron. I'm 99% certain that he and his faction killed Otto here, but it could have been somebody else. It's a non-0% chance. And I can't make Andreas deviate from the script and let them have him. Poor Caspar. Caspar really just wanted to make art. One day to find who I think is a killer. Or the abbot gets it. Ava even brought the baby. Just wants husband. Justice for the husband. I swear I'll find with one whole day. Otto was a good man, won't stop until I find who killed him. We're not gonna be able to. We got Prime. We don't even have Prime. We've got Nones. We've got Nones, and then we eat at Vespers, and that's it. There's no way to do a full investigation when you're gonna take one meaningful activity in an entire work block. Peter's temper got out of the way. Abbott's an easy target. Yeah, even I think he did it. No secret, Gurno and Otto were at odds. Don't wish death on the man, but he was an ass. But sadly, being an ass is not reason enough. Only a day to find the murderer, and the day's already halfway done. Why do it again? Anything to keep from going back to Nuremberg might be the honest answer. It could be that this guy truly believes the abbot actually did it. But if we get involved here, and we play little ace attorney to look for evidence, then that's more time away from the city, where we had a love, where we had a son, where we lost the love, where we lost the son. Everyone deserves justice, Kaspar. I'm gonna put some little idealism into him. He still thinks we have a good heart. Might have hated Autumn to kill him. He might know who else had motivation. How much is true? Martin Bauer. Could have been a Russo, Andreas. This is gonna be another one of those things where I've only got one opportunity to talk. Martin cares for his family now. He turned around. I don't agree with the once a thief, always a thief thing. But he spent some time as a brigand, after robbing the Baron and then living as a highwayman. And then he comes back, after a brush with death, and tries to be a good, supportive family man. He could have been paid to do it. Somebody could have leaned on him as a weak link, and offered him the means to support his family further, maybe. A bit of leniency on his tax and tithe to the Abbey, in exchange for killing one single man in town. I'm still blaming the Abbey faction. Can't think of anybody else. Find some other suspects. Or, I'm sure we could find other suspects. Probably not foolhardy, maybe. Even if the murderer did. Father Thomas is bound with a seal to confess. He won't tell us it is true. We could eavesdrop on all the confessions. But it's all gonna be like, oh, I slept with this person. I plucked the herbs from the forest when the abbot said not to. Am I only gonna get one shot though? Travelers might have seen or heard something. People tell outsiders anything, might have heard something we missed. The pint or two might loosen some tongues, it is true. And I do want to follow up on those flowers. Source of the flowers in the woods. Do you mean the source themselves in the woods, or find the source, the flowers, of which we found them in the wood? Marsh marigold grows in wet, shaded woods. It's a good thing I gave them some experience of the natural world. It would have been so much easier, though, if this flower came from the garden, the convent, or the monastery. Ah, who's this little child? Okay, what are my options now? Now everything opens up and I've only got like one day to do it all. I can only choose one, I think, I'm pretty sure. Leonard Mueller was with Baltus and Vanna when Otto was killed. I don't think it was him, though. Nico Berger at the Golden Hand, see if he or his family heard anything from the people around town about Otto's death. Marsh marigold grows in the wet, shaded woods. Look for the source around St. Sadia's shrine. If the abbot had an accomplice, and I'm pretty sure it was the abbot's. I mean, I guess if whether or not it is the abbot's faction, it could be somebody who was dressed up and ran that way just before the body was found. There was also somebody else in the wood at that time we spoke to Kaspar. They found Kaspar, and somebody else was there, and when we approached, he went deeper into the wood. Could they have been involved? Could it be various monks who were dressed up to blend into town? Especially since the good God-fearing people of the town knew that the woods were prohibited. That is why they were feeling the pinch. They wouldn't have been able to collect flowers from the forest to include around St. Sadia's shrine. So it only could have been somebody related to the abbey, I think. Father Thomas bought confessions. Visit Leonard Mueller. Golden Hand. Here at the Burgers herd. Search the forest to find the flower. Yeah. You were vocal against Otto. Did you kill him? But the peasants, they're dying. Otto never advocated for violence. He spoke against violence. He spoke against violence. Sure, lots to live civilized lives, because as you get bigger concentrations of humans together, you end up requiring a more complex way of managing them all. A small family or band, easy, barely need a hierarchy. Clan or tribe, it's a little bit more complex. City or national level, that is lots and lots of humans of lots and lots of different beliefs and backgrounds. But that doesn't mean the peasants and townfolk have to be pinched as much as they are. The law could be merciful, the law could be kind. We'll find the murderer, instill order, in a single afternoon. Hardly better now, Otto was the only thing holding Peter back, and now it's a lynch mob. You hadn't considered that. When you pull the rope, confess to your murder. So, where are my capital I investigation points, which will take up time? Anything with the spy, not the spy glass, the magnifying glasses, I think would advance time. So talking about confessions and spying on confessions would advance time. Everything I do would advance time there. The shrine, the inn, the mulas. Those are my only 3 options though. So I could feasibly find other incidental pieces of conversation. But first, we'll admire the pastures and the working peasants as I grab a final BRB for the night. And then we'll do a tour of town, see who's got loose lips that won't advance time, because it's already known. 13 hours. If I gotta commit to a single activity, I'm going to need to get the gossip first. Then we'll pick when I return. Alright, let's commence this investigation. If I speak to someone and it turns out that they are the thing that takes up time, I could always say no and come back to them later, and back out. Samuel still has nothing, but Samuel is super suspicious. Who are you, Samuel? You hired by the Duke, hired by the Abbey. You know? You know? Yes, exactly. No, not a tea. So if I take the time to buy someone a beer, I'll be here a while though. Maybe later. Let's interrogate the Abbey first. I don't trust anybody here. Is there any guests? No guests. Unless they have somebody housed in there, but locked in. Hiding the true culprit. Shrine's open. But the reliquary is empty. Thanks, guy. Guy says he's brought the relic inside. Otto said he had the head of the saints. What if Otto stole it? And that is why he had died. At least not idly. If it's an important conversation, we could totally speak. We've got two people here. Who's this? Lisbeth. We'll talk to Mother Superior first. Protocol out of the way, Lisbeth. Quick, easy conversation. The gift of knowledge in grief. Does that mean she gets her int boost when people are upset? Heavy burden, what do you mean? We know all things work together for the good of those who love God. If I toss scripture at her, will that give us brownie points? We've only got 1 day to investigate. Turns into half a day, and we were getting gossip instead. Very devoted to Prioress sister. Surely noticed some changes. Don't tell me you haven't noticed any differences. You were Mother Cecilia's assistant for so long. Didn't you want to become Prioress? Before we go for the guts, surely you've noticed some changes. Prefers a warmer room. Maintain the hearth throughout the night. That's considerate, that's a lot of work. Let them do good that they may be rich in good works. Ready to give. Willing to share. Storing up a foundation in heaven. What does that mean in this context though? We're talking about hearths. That seems like a lot of work. So we have learned that Illuminata likes a warmer room. Zadena. Something on your mind, sister? Struggling in her duty to forgive. We broke her up with Vaslav after all. You and their brother were separate, I'm sorry. Do what I thought was right. You broke your vows, sister. Brother Wolslav's been an ass about mentioning you two at the Archdeacon. I'm sorry. I'm going to be apologetic for breaking them up. Seriously, you guys got caught with scandal? There's a church out of forgiveness. Forgive me, sister. Never intended to harm you too. Why not leave the church? Wolslav won't let the matter go. Big formal apology. Got no info from her. Yeah, about time the abbot got an answer for some of his crimes. Yes, but could have been the abbot. Trying to find who really killed him. But no one knows who killed Otto. Trying to find the truth. True, just an accident. Be forthcoming with. Maybe she's heard something. She's pointed us towards the direction of the moss frankincense roses after all. Maybe she's also aware of something we don't know about. Everyone's scared. Sister Sophie crying. If she thinks it's bad here, imagine being a peasant. Why would God want to punish Carousel? With everything happening in Swabia, I don't think God needs to punish Carousel specifically. A man's heart plans his way, but the Lord directs his step. Why do you think Carousel would need punishing, though? For what? She also agrees that peasants being treated too harshly by the abbot. Safe for the convent's walls, whatever happens. Anything else happened at the convent recently? Times are difficult. Anything else happened recently in the convent? A man ran into her when she was washing lettuce in the herb hut. That is very unusual. Did she say this was yesterday? Almost Vespers. Strange. Anything you remember about him? Taller and gruntier, taller than any of the sisters. Illuminata is pretty tall, but that could be the hierarchic order. The texture of one of the habits. Do you suspect it might have been Wolfslaw trying to find his precious Matilda? Softer skin and not back. So maybe somebody younger? And weaker? No beard. Soft, no beard. What would a brother be doing here? That's what I'm thinking. Lucas, Guy probably isn't too old. Does the abbot? Is this a particularly young abbot? Because I was only joking when I said he looked no older than 25 or so. Father Gurno would dig around here. That's the most important thing. Father Gurno would have other people do his dirty work. Unless our assumption is wrong, who else would there be? That's the thing though. If you and Brother Lucas are friends, that is all the more reason why he would run off. If he was here on shady business and he bumps into his friend who would surely recognize him by his voice or his feel or whatever, then he'd run. He would run before being recognized. That is even more reason. And Guy seems to be especially loyal to the abbot, but I still think Lucas is a possibility. Lucas is a kind monk. But I don't want to rule him out just because of that. Did you tell anybody else? Told Gertrude. Agreed it was odd. He grabbed a herb jar. Okay, so speak to Gertrude. Brother Guy was rooting around, may have left something. If this had anything to do with Otto's murder, may have taken something that relates to Otto's murder. That sounds more direct. This is just gossip on Brother Guy. Tenuously may involve the murder, or directly, something taken here might relate to the murder. Does that mean I got like a small window of 3 or 4 herbs that I can open? So we shake him. We shake him and then she'll know. He actively used 3 jars. That sounds like a lot more than just bumping into her. We got examine and pick up. What to start with? We got hydromel, deal, mandragora, woad, brockwurst, parthenia, bertram, dorf, lingula, wundworts, cilia, licoricium. What is that? Luwak, what is? Shearling? Pongo, papaver, urtica, cinquefoil, and beebles? Ointment for the abbots, made with door. Oh, it's got scabies. The abbot has scabies. Thanks for the gossip. He's a phlegm of the head. I'm gonna examine all of them, find out what the likely candidates are. Gout and arthritis and memory problems. Amelia's got gout? Dangerous herb in the wrong hands, huh? I know which one I'm shaking first, then. Invocation spells. Mandragora. Psalm. Choose the evil arts. These have been cleansed, Mandrake, huh? Wasn't there a bit of a blue tinge to the threatening notes? It could be somebody's eating the wool and comes in periodically for it. Fun to drink the hydromel, Margaret. I'm not sure you're supposed to be drinking that. Ooh, dill. So maybe not the dill. Mugwort into the cakes for Mateo. Break beavers. So itchy nettles. Poppy seeds to induce sleep. What if somebody dying with Otto or dying with somebody else poisoned both their foods and had this purgative for themselves? Calendula for bad humors. Psyllium, huh? That's all you got to say about it? So, we get this lungwort to ill Peter, to little Ursula. And hemlock. So maybe somebody was injured and they took all this for themselves. Was it the hemlock? He did pick up the hemlock. What are my other options? What have I got here? Bethany. Dangerous herb in the wrong hand. He also had the Bethany. That's 2 for 2 now. Just gotta find the third one. Was it Dork? Was it the Abbot's Dork? No, not the Dork. Mandragora? No. What else do we have again? Useful against poisons, purges the stomachs. Did he give himself a purgative? No. Poppies to induce sleep. Not poppies. Can't see metals being important. So far I got hemlock. Fever's down. Humor's back into the body. Licorice. Near the psyllium. Did I try the woad yet? Not the woad. I guess I could just go through all of them. It was the Wentworths. Oh no, I gotta do the right sound! Dangerous hurt. Useful on smallpox, drive humors back into the body, and hemlock. So Wentworth first, then hemlock, and finally the Banthea. What could we glean from this? Still sealed, quite heavy, finally. Still sealed. Money. Somebody's pieces of silver. He's taking money out of the treasury, huh? But what does that have anything to do with the murder itself, though? And where would that money be going? He puts it into the herb jars here. For who? Is that shaky, shaky, shaky just a text, or do you have something in your... Are you alright, sister? We can't go straight to the Pyrus with this. Can't tell Mother Superior yet. Zidane can't help us out. Maybe she's good a guy then. There was a jar on the... Oh! That's just a jar on the floor. There's other stuff upset here. Is this all from last night? Keep by the library, including me. There's actually a secret passage into the library. Could we use it? No, I gotta sympathize. If they've looted the Abbey, that's just wealth redistribution. What if they get the door open into the abattoir? The abattoir is the one place in the entire abbey we haven't been yet. This guy's still riding. Lemons and a penknife. He is writing invisible ink. Could I inject the knowledge of invisible ink into his head? There's even a candle right there. I think I want to explore more. I might want to get all the information I can get before I go into the library and confront Guy. Sacristy would have been looted. Oh no, Ciborium and Tabernacle that belonged for centuries. This made more difficult than we thought. Of course they did. Sacristies as piles of gold in the shapes of crosses and candlesticks. Those chalices, Ciborum, the Tabernacle. This is sacrilege. Now I'll grant there's a lot of wealth in this abbey. There's plenty of money they could have taken. Money they could have taken. Food they could have taken. I grant the cultural artifacts remain in the House of Culture. That's fine. More difficult than we had thought. If anything's left for our own looting. What's this? New room? Ooh, a journal! Who have we got? Guys! We're getting lots on Guy here. I didn't give him a background in numbers, though. Pilgrim donations isn't much? Well, it's just pilgrims. They got other sources of revenue, though. Awfully high expenses. Who's got the highest one, Abbott? Where's all the money going? I see nothing else in red. Maybe we need the knowledge of Invisible Link. It's all Latin to me, though. Sumptus Vini. Lemons! Has he figured it out? Does he know? Does he know? He does know about lemons for Invisible Ink. Cool. So I don't gotta go through a whole side quest to learn the knowledge of Invisible Link into his head. Don't burn the page. Don't actually burn the page, though. So when it says space to zoom, that means put it down to get the words in, but don't burn it. I'm really worried about actually burning the paper and destroying my evidence. How much do I need to illuminate? Oh, see, I think I saw a little singe there. So there definitely is a point where you could burn it. I'm pretty sure. There's another small singe. See. Gotta be careful with this. Okay, alright, then the rest is automatic. Ooh, just need enough. So it was the guy's fault then that the Abbey was struggling so much. 7 florins of funds, guy. Prominent, extremely wealthy banking family in Augsburg. Business interests throughout the free imperial cities and a monopoly on the European copper market. Did Otto know, though? Otto said he had the head of the monk. That's pretty important stuff, though. I think I did pretty good finding that. Clear evidence he's sitting from the Abbey. Was complete now. Paying respects, St. John's Eves. Yet another murder. Or else have we not looked? Courtyard, lavatory, locarium, and the infirmary. Dormitory haven't been into directly yet. This game is so nice about playing with little fleur-de-lis or whatever, the little icons. where there's something to directly inspect. I haven't got to hunt around. Not too much in the infirmary. No more murders at the chapter house, right? Only one at a time? Or we not did? Kitchen, cellar, refectory, and dormitory. I haven't been to either yet. Abbott house! Is the abbot hiding any secrets here? Abbott was eating good, so I have little sympathy here. Can't inspect the ashes. Can I go upstairs? There's no upstairs to go to. But imagine! What sort of secrets you'd find up there? Nothing in the refectory. Kitchen and cellar? Nothing kitchen or cellar. But the cat. I'm surprised all the food remains. Would have been the first thing I grabbed. As much of this food to distribute? Take some pigs? Those hammers could have also been used for some murdering. Maybe I should have come down here. Or the abattoir is open. And more journals. Or a book. Just a book. A book of exorcism and occultism. I didn't study the occultism though in college. Looking for that red hand. I can't make sense of any, but how about this behind? Muriel Otto. Otto! Le Bosson. I didn't take French. Caspar, do you speak French? Astaroth, Simsmael. Names of angels, but not any he recognizes. Necromancy Manual. Necromancy in the modern sense of raising a corpse from the grave, or in the classical sense of the art of communicating with the corpse. Old Bailey, Piero. Nothing else of worth here. I think dormitory and that's it. And that's everything. Yeah, that's everything then. Alright. In that case, let's go talk to Guy. See what Guy knows about these missing numbers. Oh, Edda, don't tell us your eyes are going too. Come to the axe, totally. Does he feel his time coming? He's gonna give himself a cardiac arrest. Ask about the presence mentioned earlier. Could someone help you? Hope you don't die here. It doesn't seem fitting. Could someone help you? I'll do what I can. He's gonna die here. I could have asked about the presents. Last save was 2 minutes ago. There's a very limited ability to save. Since it's all by the autosave, right? So what if I ask him again, instead, about the presents? He's not feeling too well, though. So I don't think he'll be able to talk to us. Make sure the brothers and sisters are well. Eric, this is more important. No, scriptorium's locked. Maybe if I get some meds for him. Florian able to help us out with them? He got a knack. He's not keeping out of trouble, he's keeping himself away from home. Yeah, it's purely altruistic. You know, the nuns don't have this problem. The nuns are still living their life in their convent, tending their garden. If these guys weren't so willing to let the abbot do whatever he wants, they wouldn't be trapped in here. Brutal nature of the rustic, you truly fear they want more violence. As much as I want the abbot to answer, there is an establishment here, and the establishment does not want to see the peasants get too uppity. If the abbot, well, I was gonna say if the abbot was willing to negotiate, but I was ready for revolt. They're not the kung fu type of monk, Andreas. They won't be able to help either. Maybe this experience will inspire the abbot to actually negotiate and ease up. Since we do have the fact that Guy was skimming funds, several florins? 7 florins in 1 month, was it? Which is more than Kaspar's father sees in several months? So maybe, if we take this accounting error out of the way, then the abbey will do well enough that they don't have to push the peasants too hard. Okay, so if I get him his tools. Salvia Salvatrix, or Papaver Somniferum. Okay, so talk to Sister Gertrude. I gotta oh, there's flowers all throughout town, though. If we hunt all the flowers around town, we could concoct this. Yeah, Andreas will fix everything, just like 7 years ago. You know what? This could be like 7 years ago. If nothing else, I could send Guy to the wolves. I'll give them Guy, and their bloodthirst will be sated. And a few major expenses will leave the Abbey. And you'll be among them soon. You'll be among those angels singing praise to our Lord. Will I join them? Yeah, you totally will. He gave a tiny smile in the end, though. He was up top side. Oh, the young couple. And Wolfslav. Ah, before we do a confrontation with him, get information. Stealing from the Abbey's treasury. I give him the papers. He tears up the papers. I go to main menu and reload. He's covering for him. When he revealed, Father Gano revealed the Abbey's financial record. Maybe it wasn't Guy who was fudging the records, but Father Gernot, sending several florins per month into a bank in Augsburg. Maybe what Guy took was evidence. Oh, but we may not be but enemies. Oh, you're praying? Well, fixing the typo won't help. I can't read this anyway. Praying or screaming. You'll be surprised, Mateo. I have layers like an ogre. Really care for him, don't worry, Brother Ridiger. He'll be alright. Have to be tougher, this is a harsh world. You gotta be tough to look after your bottom. Not worry, Rudiger. It'll be alright. Yes, of course we will. And at the very least, we'll throw a guy to the wolves if nothing else. We're the guy who tossed Fennec to the wolves after all. Surely, we'll get you out of this. Says Andreas has us to go back to prayer. Why not sing for the others to hear? Yeah, help their morale. You can do it, Rudiger! I believe in you! I believe in you. I said it first, Andreas. I'm still nervous and scared. We got this! From the diaphragm. Finding the singing legs. Gonna take some more notes. See, Rudiger, don't you feel better now? Right, what he said. And now that gives us several things to pursue before I speak to Guy and Gurno directly. I want to find the medicine for Edda, which means we gotta find some herbs. And there's my autosave. And there's my autosave. Alright, it is still 1 p.m. But it is nearly 5 o'clock here. So having all these leads sadly means that this is about where I have to end the night, but that gives us a good place to stop. Now that we have the second body found, various leads to chase after, and we've learned by now that the lead you chase after is the one that's not actually written on the map or the journal. You gotta find the other ones. But for the time being, let me see who was online. Who to toss you guys on over to raid. Think what I'll do. Ooh, Aquas is playing Densha Di Go. Always a good time when Aquas is playing Train Game. So I think I'll toss you exactly his way. And for now, folks, thank you so much for hanging for these adventures. Taking copious notes as I try to figure out, is this even a game where it's meaningful to do a second playthrough, trying different things? Probably. I mean, different people dying still leads to different outcomes, even if certain story elements are the same. So I think this is still worth doing a second playthrough, just to see what I could avoid or whatnot. But for now, gonna toss you guys over Aqua's side, stick around for the raid to watch some trains, and thank you so much for hanging. You guys have a good rest of your night. Not the button meant to click. And I'll see you folks next time. Take care.
はちゃめちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーローお肉の手入れサインの練習空手チョップで橋終わったら牛丼片手にダンシングロックンロール強い当たり前素敵そりゃそうさかわいい照れるなガックン手のつ まりはいらんですよ。おお、言葉の意味はよくわからんが、とにかくすごい自信だ。レスラー怪獣、私が相手だと